we'll need a motion, a second, and a roll call vote a roll call vote on the deeming the application complete. I'm assuming nobody's here to appear before the application, not that it would be required. So a motion, second, and a roll call vote will do it.
I'll make a motion to deem it complete.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Cambria.
Mr. Cambria,
Yes.
Mr. Iorio,
Yes.
Ms. Janiers,
Yes.
Mr. Kraus,
Yes.
Mr. Tancredi.
Oh, no, Ms. Shankridi's.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, Mr. Seville,
Yes.
Mr. Duwana,
Yes.
Chairman Breslin.
Yes.
Now, do we want to schedule the date for it to be heard?
Would that be reorg date, or are we booked already?
We're booked then?
February, we can do this one.
Yeah.
So we should announce that. So it's, that matter will be scheduled for February
3rd.
3rd, 2021, wow. At 7:30 PM, and it's a safe bet, I'm sorry, we anticipate it to be in person.
The next item on tonight's agenda is 8A, the completeness and public hearing for Porcelli ZB 20-019. Come on forward.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, while the applicant is getting ready, if I could reflect for the record that I had an opportunity to review the notice, found the content to be sufficient, found it to be timely served, certified mail, and published both more than 10 days in advance of this evening. Therefore, the board has jurisdiction to hear and decide the application tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
And I can swear in
Yep.
the applicant and our board professionals as well. Just one quick question, Mr. Porcelli.
Yes.
Do you have any other witnesses other than yourself?
Yes, my neighbor came.
Okay, why don't you just raise your right hand? You don't have to come all the way over here, as long as I can see you. Although, actually, you might as well come over so we can hear you, too. Just find a mic that's socially distanced, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Joanna. Now, if you haven't gotten too tired raising your hand for 5 minutes, do all of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
I do. Thank you all, and back to the chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you.
If you want to give your name and address for the record, I guess you're the applicant. You don't need a name and address, do you?
Mr. Porcelli, 19 Southern Place?
That is correct.
We got it.
And if you want to give us a brief overview of the project and what you're trying to accomplish.
Just looking to add on a two-car garage, because I purchased a house in August, and it did not come with a garage. Nothing fancy, just something to put my cars in, store my lawnmower, things like that,
Okay.
and widen my driveway, that's all.
Did you have a chance to review Mr. Schley's memo from November 13th, dated November 13th?
I did.
Okay, and I think it might be helpful, we'll just go through Mr. Schley's comments one at a time. And,
Sure.
we might ask for your comment on it, or we might ask Mr. Schley to opine on it.
And/or you can have your witness address anything, and I apologize, did you say you're architect?
No, I'm the next door neighbor, adjacent neighbor.
Adjacent neighbor, oh, okay,
I'm
oh, you're here to
supporting-
testify in support, I think?
Yeah, in
Oh,
support,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, you can have a seat there, because we'll take one witness at a
Sure.
time, but thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry, please continue.
No, you were going to ask me questions?
Well, do you have the report from November 13, Mr. Schley's report?
I should have it. I do not have it with me, no.
I have a copy for you.
Thank you.
So the only, David, you're sworn in. David, the only variance is rear yard setback, 23.5 feet for the addition versus 50 feet required setback. But there's already an existing setback of only 12 feet to the deck, is that accurate?
That's accurate. The variance is for 23.5 feet to the addition, which is extending the existing deficient setback of the rear building wall.
But no further encroachment?
No further encroachment.
The,
Is that, sorry, I'm trying to, is that comment one? No.
that was, well, no, just the variances.
That was comment 2. Comment 1 is just factual about how the lots, technically it's not a corner lot, but for all intents and purposes, it's a corner lot. It's got 2 front yards, and because the house faces the north, as opposed to the other frontage to the west, you have a front setback that's 50 feet, a rear setback that's 50 feet, and the depth of the property is only 101 feet. So you really can't do too much without needing variance.
Correct.
You have a 1-foot house.
Yeah,
They're in these days.
That's right, the tiny home.
tiny home.
We have a net increase in the impervious coverage, and you're removing a shed?
Yes, the shed will be removed.
Okay. So that there's only a 425 square foot increase in the impervious coverage, and it's gonna get, David, close to the max? Or no?
Yes, thank you.
It's at the max, yeah.
So, but there's no lot disclosure situation here because it's not a rebuild for sale, so.
You're aware that you're at your maximum lot coverage?
Yes. Yeah, I don't have any intentions, additions, I read the thing, swimming pools, anything of that nature. There's already a deck on the house.
Anything you want to do, have the pleasure of coming back before us.
My kids are growing up and leaving, I don't need anything else.
And if you look at number 4, 2 existing trees will be removed to accommodate the driveway.
Correct.
Will you stipulate to a tree removal protection and replacement plan for review and approval by the township engineer prior to land disturbance, which is our policy?
Yes.
And a requirement anyway, so we
It will-
appreciate the stipulation.
But we'll definitely put 2 more trees back in.
Thank you. And you know you have to get an engineering permit to do any work within the southern. I'm putting
Southern.
the accent on the wrong syllable. Southern place
Southern.
right of way.
Okay?
Okay. So those are the stipulations there. And we have an engineering report. I suspect our engineer, Mr. Quinn, can address that with you.
Sure. This is mostly informational and to let the applicant know that there may be some additional detail when you go for your engineering permit for the town. They may want to see some topo, what you're doing out the right of way with your driveway.
Okay.
Otherwise, it just confirms that it's below the threshold required for stormwater management mitigation. What I did do, in cases like this where there's no topography shown, I try to do a drive-by to see if the improvements are apt to flow onto an adjacent neighbor's property or where they're going, and it appears like all of the improvements here will be flowing out towards southern place.
Correct.
So I don't anticipate any impacts to adjacent residents as a result of runoff from the project.
Would the applicant confirm that that is the case factually from your perspective?
Yes, that's true.
That's what you observed personally?
Yes. Mhm.
I'm sorry, Tom.
No, that's it, and then, the issue about the trees, I noted that on the photos, there were some trees that look like they might be impacted that are not identified here. So you've already addressed that.
Yes, we'll plant new trees.
And do we need a note on number 4 for the soil conservation district?
Yeah, I usually, since this project looks like it's below the 5,000 square foot required for soil conservation district, it's for your benefit. If you put a note on the plan, then engineering knows that you're below the threshold and you don't need soil conservation districts.
Okay.
So you'll stipulate as condition of approval, should the board approve the application, to making that plan revision?
Yes, I'll have my architect adjust this.
Okay, thank you. And then we have the environmental commission. I'm on a roll.
Which I think we've already discussed. They outlined the impervious coverage issue, and the applicant has already discussed that he's aware of it and has no future plans for any additional impervious coverage.
And
There were 8, if I'm counting right, photos submitted with the application?
Yes,
And who took those photos?
my architect,
And do they represent the property substantially as it is today?
correct.
And what, do you know about when they were taken?
They were taken, I'm gonna say, in September, the end of September, beginning of October.
Thank you. The garage itself, are you planning on using like materials, color, style as the rest of the residence?
Yes, the roof will match, siding will be the same.
So if we were to ask you to stipulate to a condition of approval that the exterior of the garage would be substantially similar in architectural materials, color, and design to the balance of the exterior of the home, that would be something you could agree to?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Tancredi?
Mr. Porcelli, when I did a drive-by on Sunday, I noticed a number of cars in the driveway, so obviously I see the need you have for a garage. I don't know if they were all your cars, but there were
No,
about
my
7.
daughters are home
There was
from
about 7
college.
cars I counted.
My daughters, my one daughter's home from school, someone else was over, yes.
I
They're
did
not
notice-
all there.
I did notice there was a commercial van in the driveway. Is that your van?
Yes,
And are you gonna make the garage high enough so you can pull that van in there?
yes, I have 9-foot doors.
Just- Yeah, I just wanna make you aware that there is a township ordinance, 2119-1, that stipulates that commercial vehicles have to be parked in a garage.
Okay,
So now's the time to do it. If you're gonna make it high enough, make sure your
Yes.
truck fits in there in case any of the neighbors
I have 9-foot
complain.
doors on
They're gonna make
purpose.
you put it in the garage, so, you know, this is
Thank
the
you.
time to plan for that. So, just wanna make sure you were aware of that.
No, I wasn't, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tancredi.
Did you speak to any of your neighbors about the project?
Yes,
Do they have any concerns?
none of them had any concerns. Actually, a couple of them were saying, go get your garage, because I'm the only one, there's only a couple of us that don't have garages.
Yeah.
Any further questions from the board for this witness? No? At this time, if there's any members of the public that would like to question the witness about the testimony just provided, now's the time to do so. It is not the time to provide provide comment on for or against the application. There's another time to do that. So if there's any questions for the witness, now's the time. This is, if you have questions for the witness, not if you have a comment on the application. Okay, thank you. Ms. Kiefer, anybody from the internet land? No?
No.
Okay. Seeing no questions, now's the time, if anyone from the public wants to comment on the application, you can come forward and do so. We'll ask that, provide your name, address, and
Yeah,
Mr. Warner already
I'm-
swore you in.
I'm Christopher Riggy, and Lot 1, Block 20, I'm sorry, 25. I'm the house right below Joe's house, right there. So I have a 2-car garage. The house behind me that also touches his property has a 2-car garage, and the other house that's over there on the other side of Southern has a 2-car garage. So it would make our neighborhood uniform if we all had 2-car garages. And it would, it would just make it better for the aesthetics of the neighborhood, so I support it.
So other, instead of being substantially out of character with the neighborhood, in your opinion, by having a garage, this property would be rendered substantially in character with the
Correct.
neighborhood?
Our houses are mirrored, and so they're all identical, except they're mirrored backwards. It's like mine is the opposite of his and so forth. So it would make sense, because we're the same size, the same lots, and to have a garage would look like mine, and also the other 2 neighbors that I spoke to, they said, yeah, it would be great, that we all look the same.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members from the public wish to comment on the application? Ms. Kiefer, any members from the public notify you by
Nothing.
email or phone?
No.
Okay. If there's no further testimony, the board will take it under consideration.
Mr. Chairman, if I may very briefly?
Yes, Mr. Warner?
Oh, I'm sorry, did you have more you wanted to
No, I
present?
you come back up, I'm done.
You gotta wait for the decision, though.
And you have to bring up my memo again, my copy of the memo, please.
I'll bring it back to you.
Okay. But as the board knows, there's only one variance at issue, rear yard setback, 23.5 for the addition versus 50 feet minimum required. And you heard the testimony and the witness. in addition to the applicant. The conditions, well, if there's a motion, I'll assume unless I'm told otherwise, it's with all the stipulated two conditions as set forth in the report of Mr. Quinn, the engineer, as well as Mr. Fly, the planner, and the substantially similar condition that we have in all our additions when we grant approval. 4 out of 7 for passage. And feel free, as always, I invite, if you want to let us know if the basis for your decision is the C1 undue hardship criteria or the C2 flexible C variance benefits substantially outweighing the detriments criteria, or both. If it's a grant, if it's a denial, I'll assume it's neither. Most boards don't do that. I'm putting one out there for you, but this board does. So it's very pleasant for a board attorney like me, so feel free. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
All right. I feel very comfortable with this, this application. I would move to deem the application complete and ask our board attorney to draft a resolution memorializing our decision to grant the relief sought by the applicant, subject to any of the stipulations that have already been made by the applicant and any of the other ones that the board mentioned as we went along here. I do think it qualifies under C1 for sure, given a building envelope of 1 foot, the front and rear setbacks of 50 feet each clearly aren't in the spirit of what we're trying to do with respect to this property that's on somewhat of a corner. I'd also say we did not hear any of the neighbors or anybody else in the community having any negative comments associated with this, and in fact, we heard the opposite, that it would become more conforming to the neighborhood. It would be an improvement to the neighborhood to have it more conforming with a 2-car garage. So for those reasons, I think it qualifies under C1.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Seville.
Okay. Mr. Cambria,
Yes.
Mr. Iorio,
Yes.
Ms. Janiers,
Yes.
Mr. Kraus,
Yes.
Mr. Tancredi,
Yes.
Mr. Seville,
Yes.
Chairman Breslin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good luck, Mr. Purcell.
Welcome.
The next item on the agenda is 8B, Boyle, ZB 20-022.
Thank you, Chairman Breslin and the board. My name
evening.
is Joseph Boyle. I live at 60 Walnut Circle. My parents built the house in 1968.
I'm sorry, before you go too fast,
Uh,
I got you know, and I have to swear in our board professionals as well. And do you have any other witnesses?
No,
Okay, will the 3 of you raise your right hand? Do all 3 of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all, and I'm going to hold you another minute just so I can put on the record something, and that is that I reviewed the content of the notice, found it to be sufficient, found it to be timely served, October 19 certified mail, October 29 publication, thus well more than 10 days in advance of this evening, so the board has jurisdiction to hear and decide the case tonight. And now I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Boyle,
Chairman.
please talk into the microphone. Thank you.
As I said, I've lived in Basking Ridge since 1968. My parents built the house on Walnut Circle. I believe it was the second structure built on Walnut Circle. I purchased it from my parents in 1996 and have lived there since and raised my 2 children. I graduated Ridge High School, as did they, so I'm familiar with the character of the neighborhood and believe that the project, as we have described, is in keeping with the neighborhood. We are seeking relief from Section 21-18.1 with respect to the project not being behind the rear line of the dwelling. I have received Mr. Schley's memo indicating that the application is complete. There are several comments made. The first one is with respect to additional screening. We will certainly consider that, although if the photographs that we submitted are examined, the first page of the photograph here in the upper left-hand corner is essentially the line of sight that the pool would have across to that neighbor's home. As you can see, there's already some screening there, and we would add any additional screening that's necessary. That our neighbors on that side have a pool, the neighbors behind us have a pool, the neighbors diagonal to us have a pool, and the neighbors directly to our north had a pool, which they've since filled in. So we will undertake to make sure that the screening is appropriate and in keeping with the other pools that have done that as well.
Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Since you referenced the photographs, I'll steal the question away from the board members and ask you if you can tell us who took those photographs, when, and are they an accurate depiction of what presently exists?
I took those photographs. I took them in the late summer, early fall. They do accurately depict the rear of our dwelling and the areas that would be within the sight line of the pool and the balance of the project.
But for the leaves on the trees which are temporarily gone.
Yes, I will say this, I didn't think taking them in the wintertime would have done a whole lot of good, but again, we share the concerns and obviously want to maintain our own privacy as well, so we will be cognizant of the screening issue and make sure that we've addressed it correctly. Let's see. The other items that have been mentioned, we have raised directly with our engineer, and he has indicated that all of those are stipulations that we will abide by in connection with the application. We raised the question of being close to the impervious surface limit. We have absolutely no plans to add to it, and if indeed the chance arises, we might even reduce it, including lessening the footprint of the driveway and a small patio to the east of the dwelling. We have received and reviewed the best practices with respect to environmental concerns, and we are told by both our engineer and our pool installation folks that we're utilizing a no cartridge or a cartridge system. There won't be any DM, and it is considered among the most environmentally friendly ways to deal with pool water and runoff. So we are certainly going to abide by that, and as I said, this is a home that has only been occupied by members of my family. I have every interest and desire to make sure that it's maintained up to top standards and in consistent with what the town and the neighborhood, what exists in the town and the neighborhood. So with that, I would take any questions that the board has.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. I'm going to reference comment 2 from Mr. Schley's memo. So there is a location on the lot that appears as though if you place the pool there, it would be conforming and you wouldn't have to be here. Have you considered placing the pool there? And it looks like it's 150 feet from the rear entrance. Can you just talk about why that might not be a suitable location for you?
We were concerned about a safety issue there. We wouldn't really have a direct line of sight to the pool at all times, whereas where it sits now, it will be directly visible from the kitchen, which will be obviously a high-traffic area, be directly visible from the patio. So those two areas should provide more opportunity for visual connection with the pool, and therefore any safety issues that might arise would be mitigated by having it in the position it's in versus the potentially conforming use.
And just my follow-up question on that kind of goes into comment 3. If you did elect to put the pool in that, the rear of the lot there, is it safe to presume you would have some of the same issues with respect to buffering and the sight lines with the neighbors?
They would actually be worse there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing further. Any other board members' questions for the applicant? Mr. Quinn, we'll briefly go through your memo.
Sure. I think you had indicated that your engineer had reviewed this and he was okay with it. A lot of this had to do with just clarifying the amount of impervious coverage, the amount you have to provide stormwater for, and his calculation is a little different than we utilize. So comments basically 1 and 2 and 3, I'll work out with his engineer to make sure I'm clear on the impervious coverage and that the volume he provides is adequate. The other notes are really for the plan, for your construction. You have to do a permeability log, obviously where you're putting the detention basin, that'll have to be notated to the plan. Also, this may be, it's close to the soil disturbance limits required for certification by SCD. So I've asked that your engineer identify that limit of disturbance. And if it's over 5,000 square feet, you'll have to get a certification from SCD. So that limit of disturbance and the ultimate note, whether you need to or not, should be labeled on the plan. I think that's about all I had on here. Other than silt fence, again, if your engineers do with these comments, there was a comment about adding the silt fence to shadow the construction entrance. So that's really all I have, and I think most of these things will be worked out between his engineer and myself.
And if I understood correctly, Mr. Boyle, you said your engineer, I guess I wanted clarification, was he, did your engineer say that you could comply with all the items in the planner's memo only, or both the planner and the engineer's memo?
All of the memos, I
All.
sent him all
We're gonna
three,
throw
and
environmental commission in there too then.
yes, I did, and his point to me was, that we can make those stipulations, we will adopt those as conditions of the approval, and we will act accordingly, and obviously, we're thankful for the comments because they help the process.
And just for the record, the environmental commission's comments, one was the best management practices for the discharge of the pool water, which you already agreed to, that was in our planner's memo. The other was impervious coverage, just recognizing it was close to the max. As far as a desire for reduction, I'm going to assume you're not agreeing to that, and I suspect you don't have to.
That is correct. We could not commit to that, although we certainly can commit to not increasing
Any further?
and
Okay.
potentially decreasing if events abide.
Okay, thank you very much. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just hold on 1 second, Mr. Boyle. Any further questions? Mr. Cross?
Just 2 questions. Showing this picture, I don't know if we said this was submitted or accurately described what it would look like from the plans, but is there an area where the pool equipment would be located? I just didn't see that on the plans, maybe I missed it, but.
Yes, so if you're looking at the picture yourself, it will be to your right,
Okay.
and that's near where the air conditioning unit is as well, and that was a notation that we just have to make sure that that works engineering-wise, but that's where it would be.
I just don't know where the box is. Okay, perfect. And then is there any exterior lighting being added beyond like the pool lighting that's within the pool?
At this point in time, we don't have any plans to do so. We do have some accent lighting. We also have lights above and along the top of the house that illuminate that area fairly brightly.
Nothing that would impact the neighbors or
No,
feed into the neighbors?
no, we won't be adding anything, and I think what we have now is kind of what all of our other neighbors have.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's.
Any further questions for Mr. Boyle? Seeing none. Any members of the public have questions for this witness? Seeing none. So, Mr. Boyle, you don't have any other witnesses?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are there any members of the public that want to comment for or against this application? Seeing none. Ms. Kiefer, have you had any members of the public reach out to you for questions and/or comment on the application?
I have had none.
Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. If nothing further, we'll take it under advisement and make a determination.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, if I could tee it up for the board very briefly. The only variance is the pool location variance that our board is very familiar with. You heard the evidence in the stipulated 2 conditions. I'll remind the board that the C1 undue hardship language includes any extreme or difficult or exceptional impracticability of complying strictly with the regulations, as well as the undue hardship of complying with the regulations. So that is a part of the positive criteria for the undue hardship. C1 variance relief, the C2, of course, the board knows benefits substantially outweighing detriments, and the purposes of the MLUL being advanced, as well as the negative criteria. 4 out of 7 for passage, since it's a bulk variance, and I'll assume if it's for passage, as always, I'll assume it's with all the stipulated 2 conditions unless told otherwise. And there's always the invitation to let us know if it's a grant, whether it's C1, C2, or both.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
Was that muzzled, or
We got you.
a little bit?
No,
Still-
we
no,
got
we
you.
Okay. You've heard it enough.
No
you
need
know.
to repeat.
Yeah. Oh, I won't do that. I can't afford how much I'd have to pay you to let me do that.
I'll start the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Tancredi.
From a safety standpoint, I agree, the location of the pool probably makes the most sense from the sight line to the house. And I feel the application would meet C1. The shape of the property really dictates the location, and that would satisfy positive criteria. As to the negative criteria for C1, there's no, it's standing character with the neighborhood. There's other pools, it would not be out of character at all. So I would make a motion to deem the application complete and advise our board attorney to draft a resolution memorializing our decision to grant the sought relief, subject to the stipulations the applicant agreed to this evening.
Yeah, I guess just one comment I would make before we do that. I guess I was going to say C2 only because there is a conforming location on the property. I agree with your comments that for safety reasons, I think it makes a lot of sense for the reasons the applicant cited to put in a different location, and it is conforming with the rest of the neighborhood where everyone has pools. I was just going to say C2 just because there is a conforming location and the applicant is choosing not to use it.
Mr. Chairman, I would amend to include C1 and C2.
Thank you, Mr. Tancredi.
Would the second hold?
Yeah.
Would the second hold if it were amended to a C1 plus a C2?
C2, we can go with C2.
Well, I was going to,
We can leave,
it could be both, I don't know, but I'm just asking.
yeah.
Both, yes? So we have a motion and a second that the relief is granted with all stipulated 2 conditions under both alternative bases, C1 and C2, is that correct?
Yeah, technically, I didn't second it, but I would second an amended motion to C1 and
For both.
C2.
Okay.
Can I
both.
just jump in for some
Right,
clarity on the landscaping? The applicant indicated he planned to put in some plantings. To me, it sounded like that was gonna be up to his discretion. We didn't hear anything about having to do plantings, and I'm just, if the board's gonna have some sort, interpreted the condition to be that some type of landscape screening is required, I think I would need a little bit more as
Got
to
it.
what are we screening from what? Because the way I'm looking at it, there is plenty of existing vegetation. The pool's pretty far away from the house in question, and I don't know, I was thinking this condition would be left up to, well, there really wouldn't be a condition.
Wouldn't be a
The
condition,
applicant can
yeah.
landscape and is not required to do that.
You called for the testimony to explain
I
it.
just wanted to get on the record and
Right.
to see if it's needed.
He explained it, but it's an excellent question for the movant
Yeah, no,
and
I
the-
understood
and the
that
party
that
that
was,
seconded.
I thought that was a stipulation, but I would amend again then to include the screening to be in the
Well, are
resolution.
we
Do we
including,
need
or
to-
are we finding that it's
That-
not necessary?
I would think it's necessary to have a screening.
Okay. Well, I just don't know how to evaluate, if you're gonna say screening,
Yeah.
To what extent, what are we screening the pool from? And from specifically the location of the house that the pool's not to the rear of? And that could be evaluated in the field?
And which direction was that?
Not like the whole property line, or it's just the one side,
The
the one
dwelling
house?
to the west, the dwelling to the west.
It would be the west.
West side, we would want screening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
And that would be subject to the review and approval of our planner? David?
Yeah,
Okay, and that's not just how much, but if any, how much if any is necessary and where? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
we'll deal with it in the field.
Yeah, if it's sufficient, then fine, you know.
Right.
But if you need more, then I would say he has to install.
Got it, I'm clear, thank you very
All right.
much.
Perfect, and are we, so we have our
So we're
amended?
amended to a C1 and C2 with stipulation to screening on the west side of the property, subject to review of township officials.
Okay, and we still have our second.
Second.
There we go. See, it's not easy. And this is
We got it.
volunteer, by the way. I joke a lot, and I shouldn't joke probably, but I'm not joking when I say this is volunteer, and this is the work that the members of this board do on many evenings and a lot more during the day on their time for the benefit of the municipality. So I'll get off the soapbox, but thank you. And we still need a roll call vote, don't we, Mr. Chairman?
We certainly do.
I'm trying. Mr. Cambria,
Yes.
Mr. Iorio,
Yes.
Ms. Janiers,
Yes?
Mr. Kraus,
Yes.
Mr. Tancredi,
Yes.
Mr. Seville,
Yes.
Chairman Breslin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good luck, Mr. Boyle.
Thank you
Happy
very much.
swimming.
Appreciate all your time.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm going to use my chairman's prerogative here and move the next two applications around. We're going to jump to 8D Raymond, ZB 20-023.
Mr. Chairman, while everyone's getting ready, I'll do the notice thing that I always do at the beginning, if I may. The contents of the notice is sufficient. Timely served November 18, certified mail, November 19, published, both more than 10 days in advance of this evening, to the Board of Jurisdiction and decide the case. And I'll swear everyone in when we're ready. Will it just be you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, you'll raise your right hand, and if our engineer, Mr. Quinn, and our planner, Mr. Schreiber, do the same, do all three of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And name and address for the record, although we might be able to guess.
My name is Michael Raymond, and I reside at 66 Ramapo Drive in Basking Ridge.
I'm sorry, the address again?
66 Ramapo Drive in Basking Ridge.
Okay.
Yeah, so the application is for another address.
Another property, not
Sure.
one place. You did throw them. I say, I would guess. Okay.
I try.
That's why we don't get it. Okay.
Mr. Raymond, do you want to provide us an overview of the project?
Sure.
And then we can, I think as you saw the other applications, we'll go through some of the memos.
Sure.
The board will have some questions.
Absolutely.
We'll take it by there.
Yeah, sure. So the proposed plan is for address at 22 Monroe Place, and that's in Basking Ridge. That's building lot 1104, block 17. The lot is in an R6 zone, and it is a corner lot. The proposed plan is to remove the existing single-family home and build a new single-family home. While the new construction will conform to the building envelope, the lot itself is non-conforming in two regards. Its first condition is overall lot area. Requirement for the R6 zone, the minimum requirement is 32,670 square feet. The existing lot is at 31,823 square feet, and we propose the same coverage at 31,823 square feet. The second condition is the minimum lot width. And again, for an R6 zone, the minimum lot width requirement is 150 feet, and also 187.5 feet. The existing is at 129 feet and 169.21 feet. And again, that's the proposed lot width. So in a nutshell, that is the scope, and that is the proposed plan. I have gone through Mr. Schley's comments. I'm ready to sort through those when you guys are ready.
Yeah, and I'll ask Mr. Schley to jump into
Which,
comment.
by the way, if I may, Cindy and David have been tremendous. Like, they deserve props. They're great.
We think so, too.
Extremely helpful.
Thank you. They are great.
Recognize and honor of the
Checks in the mail.
So, Mr. Schley, can we go through your comments?
Sure, well, 1 and 2 are just factual.
Well, those two's an important one to focus on.
Oh, we're gonna focus on it. Number 1, just indicating that the lot was a conforming lot when it was created, prior to 1999. In 1999, the lot area and lot width requirements were increased in, actually in the half-acre zone, in this 3/4 acre zone, and also in a 1-acre zone. And that made this lot non-conforming in area and in width, actually, and in one of the widths. The lot conforms, a corner lot requires 2 widths, and this one conforms only with one of them. And that, even if it was well, it's an irregular shaped lot, as you can see. It's not your typical corner lot, and that makes it even more difficult to comply with the double width requirement. However, prior to 1999, it did comply. That's comment number 1. Comment number 2 addresses whether or not there's adjacent property for the applicant to acquire that would remedy the lot width or lot area nonconformities. The 2 lots to either side, they're also nonconforming. So any land taken from those 2 lots and added to the applicant's lot would only make the adjoining lots more conforming. Theoretically, and I don't know if this would be possible, but it looks like there potentially could be an acquisition of land from the lot to the rear, because that appears to be a little bit oversized for the zone. And you can see my comment in my memo, even if that was possible, I'm not sure what benefit that would add to this lot. It would certainly make an irregular lot pattern for the lot that the land would be coming from to the rear. And it wouldn't help the width situation. The width is not a correctable violation. The lot area, theoretically, it might be correctable, but to what benefit? Actually, I think it would actually be a detriment if the applicant were able to acquire land from the rear. It would probably be a detriment on that property to the rear.
It would provide an 848 square foot appendage to the new lot, I guess, but rendering the lot from which the land would be acquired, having a sort of.
Possibly,
an
it would probably remain conforming, but become irregular in itself. And not in character with the other lots that are on the other street that lot fronts on. And then the rest of the comments, 3 through 11 are, if the applicant wants to run through them about, number 3 is about tree removal.
Sure. So it's not necessary to remove any trees. There's no need for that.
And you'll provide a tree protection plan showing you'll put a silk fence around
Yes.
the immediate, trees in the immediate area that you're gonna save.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, all trees will be saved. I also believe, if it matters at all, there's a plan to, put some buffer screening on at least one side of the property line.
Number 4, it simply states that the Somerset Union Soil Conservation District approval will be required. That's, you have to comply with. Number 5, about contacting the Basking Ridge Fire Company and see if they want to run drills in the house before you demolish it.
Sure, yeah, I'm open to that.
Number 6 is just resolving a discrepancy in the lot areas between the survey and the plan.
Yes, so I'll
I'm
have,
assuming the survey is correct, that's the number I used in the 31,823 as the area.
yeah, I would agree with that.
Number 7, about removing the wing wall along the driveway,
Yes,
you agree with that?
yeah, that'll be removed.
And 8, all utilities must be underground, and you're gonna avoid the trees when that's done.
Yes,
You do need to get an engineering permit before you do any work in the town
Under-
right-of-way.
understood.
And there's a lot coverage disclosure form required, and also affordable housing development fees required. And that's it, 10 and 11.
Thank you, Mr. Sy. Mr. Quinn,
Yes, sir.
let's go through your memo.
Okay, so comment number 1 just confirms again that they're below the threshold required for engaging in stormwater management. Number 2 is interesting. I'm not sure where you got the topographic information. The survey submitted to survey to us has no topography. So where did this topo come from when Mr. Mance got it? Do you know?
I don't know.
All right, well, generally when engineers put together plans, they reference where they get information, like the survey. So I would just ask that Mr. Mance identify where the topo is. He may
Okay.
have gotten it from the township, but I don't know.
Okay,
We talked about the wing wall, that was something else we picked up. The drainage plan, even though there's no retention proposed, they're collecting all of the runoff from the proposed roof and directing it to a swale out front, which is a fine approach. At the end of the pipe that discharges, they've opted for a long riprap apron, which carries into the township right-of-way. Typically, we don't like to do that because then the township has to maintain what's in the right-of-way. In this case, and your engineer may know more about this, but I'm suggesting that you pull that apron back so it's coincident with your property line, so that all the stone stops at your property line and doesn't continue into the township right-of-way.
okay,
Again, your engineer will know exactly what this means on this letter, and I'll work through
Sure.
that with him.
okay.
And then lastly, like David indicated, this looks like it will require soil conservation certification because it's over 5,000 square foot. Just note that on the drawing. I actually didn't put that in my note. I said that the plans depict a disturbance area in excess of 5,000 square feet and will require certification. I should have added, a note should be added to the plan to indicate this.
Okay,
Your engineer, when he certifies the area, he'll put that note on, and I'll make sure he has it.
okay, okay.
That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. The Environmental Commission also, I believe, am I right?
Yeah, and that's
Submitted a
an
memo.
issue with respect to impervious coverage.
Yeah, so yes, I did see that note. So yes, we are encroaching on lot coverage. We do understand that. We were actually pretty careful about putting the plan together, not adding anything that really shouldn't be on the property, keeping in line with the architecture of the neighborhood. So, but yes, we are aware we're encroaching on lot coverage.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Are you going to, do you intend to live in this house, or are you selling this house to third party?
No, we tend to live in it, provided I'm not divorced before the project ends.
I have to talk to my partner about that, but it's a joke. David, lot coverage disclosure recording, did we have that in there? Oh, we did,
Yeah.
okay. So that's in there, even though it's intended to be developer occupied, if you will. Okay, but I guess there's, if I may, Mr. Chairman, there's a related issue, and that is when you build even your own home to coverage capacity. I mean, I'm looking here, maybe I'm missing it, but I see the old deck is going to be gone. And where are you have a porch, but where are the outdoor amenities? Is it just a step down into the lawn? And
So as the plan is now, it's just going to be a step down, yes. So,
anything you do, you got to come here.
There's room
Yes.
to put a deck.
I was gonna say, what's that?
There's room within the there's actually plenty of room within the setback to put a decent sized deck.
Oh,
back.
a pervious.
Impervious is about
A
400
pervious.
square feet,
Okay, okay,
yeah, of available impervious for like a walkway or something.
okay.
But a deck would be okay coverage-wise and also would comply with setback.
Okay. And the, I'm assuming the way the driveway, it's a side-loaded garage, the driveway is set up there with that bump to the, I don't see my north arrow, but that bump is for turning. Is it necessary for turning and going back out the driveway? Forward?
So I would, if I may comment on that, so I would say, I would agree with you that the bump is not necessary. So I would agree to removing that, you're talking about, so towards the rear end of the house? Is that where the bump out you're talking about?
And candidly, I'm not pushing you to, I mean, I'm just the board attorney. I'm not pushing you to do anything.
No, no, no.
To
Sure.
remove it, that's your own.
No, no,
I
but-
just
but it-
noted that it was close to the coverage max.
Sure, but at the
And I
same,
was looking to see where, you know, if you wanted that as opposed to some other amenity.
no, I mean, at the same time, I'm trying to do the right thing by the, by the property. So, that bump is not necessary. It's not something I requested to put in there. I think the architect or the engineer may have just assumed to put it in there,
Well, I'll
so.
leave it up to the board members. It may be, and they may leave it to your discretion as to whether you keep it or not. I was just curious from a circulation perspective, if it's necessary, and maybe, I don't know, if Tom or Dave or you can let me know, is the idea to come and, back up and then go forward, because there is a benefit to not backing out into the street,
Sure.
a public benefit.
Mhm.
So if that's necessary, it may be a
I
good thing.
think if the applicant goes ahead and puts that bump out in there, he'll probably think twice about coming back to this board for a lot coverage variance. and thinking he's gonna keep it. So it's probably on notice of the importance of it.
And he can make the call, if
Yeah, I
there's an
think so.
approval.
You guys don't want to see my ugly face again, so, if I can increase the, the coverage, that's great.
Got it. Okay, no, that's fine. I think that's enough time on that one, I think. Thank you.
There were 4 pictures with the application. Who took those pictures?
I took the pictures. It was approximately a month and a half ago.
Okay, and it still accurately reflects the property as
Yes.
it is today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the neighborhood? I see in the one picture in the bottom left, it looks like there's a 2-story home adjoining the property. Why are you tearing this house down and building what looks to be like a larger 2-story home?
Sure.
And then, I'm just gonna keep asking questions.
Sure, that's okay.
The finishings of the home, can you talk a little bit about the materials and how they may or may not fit in the neighborhood when it's constructed?
Sure. So the main driver for tearing the current home down, well, actually, there's 2 really. It's the age of the house. It's from late 1950s and really hadn't been updated since. The more we went through the home, we found that there had been patchwork of wiring, plumbing. There'd be renovations through the years where joists were cut out, structures were compromised. The secondary issue, really the most important to me, was the house was built over a crawl space. While the crawl space is a slab, there's portions in the slab that had heaved relatively close to footings, so I'm not really sure how it could have or did compromise those footings. So that really was a main driver for me, because, I had engineers look at it and they really couldn't tell me either way how compromised the footings had been. So the more we went through the house, the more we found that it financially just didn't make sense to update this old house as opposed to taking it down and constructing a new one. And that kind of ties in with your question about the neighborhood. So we didn't want to be the largest house on the block, and we're not. So the house to the left So if you're staring at our house as it is now, if you look at the house to the left, it's a 4,000+ square foot house. The house to the right is also close to 4,000+ square foot. We're somewhere around 3,300 square foot, so we're not the largest. Aesthetically, it will tie into the neighborhood pretty well. If you drive by, I think you'll find that it's kind of an eclectic neighborhood where most people had updated their homes, but some kept them as ranches, some added additions or a second story. So it's a bit eclectic, but this house will fit into the neighborhood. It's finishings similar to other homes, with some sort of hardy plank siding with either stone or brick finishes. It will definitely fit in. It's not going to stick out like, a McMansion where it shouldn't be. So we tried to keep it as aesthetically pleasing as we could.
And then with a view toward upgrading it, upgrading the housing stock, conceivably to more modern standards.
Yes.
Okay.
And I could say, in speaking with the neighbors, I know the neighbors pretty well. They're all very anxious, probably more so than I, to get the project started. Because the house actually sat for a good 7 to 8 years in a foreclosure. It was vacant. It just became run down. So I think they're more anxious than I am to get started.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the board for the witness?
Did you speak to the neighbors about the project?
Yes. Yes, I have spoken to the neighbors, both left, right, rear.
Nobody's here tonight.
I don't believe so.
Anything further from the board? No. Any members of the public have questions for this witness?
If I may add, I just wanted to mention, I don't make the decision to knock down a house lightly. I just don't. Our landfills are already full. So in light of that, I've chosen to donate as much as I can, so the house will literally be deconstructed instead of, well, at some point it will be knocked down, but mostly deconstructed. So, the kitchen, the countertops, bathrooms, tubs, interior doors, finally the windows and the siding will all be donated. So as much as I can, I don't want to start filling up dumpsters and landfills.
Is that gonna interfere with the fire company coming in and having a drill on that property?
I don't know, actually. The
How
house-
often, Mr. Schley, does the fire company, I know whenever we have a building that's going to be demolished, we always make it or at least ask for a stipulation.
Yeah,
Does the
it's
fire
pretty much
company?
every time, unless it's so dilapidated that it's unsafe. Even the ones that don't come here, the construction office puts people in touch with the fire company. And some people developers are kind of aware of, they do benefit from that.
Sure.
So the house will be a shell once we've deconstructed it and donated materials. I guess it's just really their call as to how much is really there, enough for them to create
I
an
think
create
they'll
an
be happy
exercise.
with anything, but
Okay.
you just want to make sure your timing is right.
Sure, yeah, okay, okay.
You get everything out of there first.
So does that require permits as well?
The demolition, you'll need a demolition permit.
No, a fire activity, a fire training activity.
No, you don't have to do anything, permit-wise. No, you just coordinate it with the fire company. I don't know what they do. There's probably a hold harmless agreement or something for them to sign on.
Okay,
You don't have to get the township's permission to do it. You just work it out with the fire company.
okay.
Okay, a little more testimony there. I'll reopen it for questions from the public. Seeing none. Ms. Kiefer, anyone from the public
No.
contact you? Any comments from the public for or against the application? Now's the time to do so. Okay. Seeing none. Ms. Kiefer, again, I assume nobody's reached out to you.
There are none.
Okay. The board will deliberate and we'll get you an answer in about a minute or so.
Okay.
Less than a minute, I'm not gonna tee it up.
I'll make a few comments. I mean, I think it may lean more towards a C2 rather than a C1. There are a number of, just looking at the survey of the neighborhood, there's a number of lots with a similar shape. So I would think more of a C2. It would fit in with other homes that have been constructed in the neighborhood, and being a little bit smaller too would be a benefit. So I think that would satisfy positive criteria for C2. And then it would pose no, it wouldn't be out of character at all, I don't think, in that neighborhood. Like I said, other homes very similar to this one. There's another 3-car garage next door, which was one of my concerns when I looked at this. So I think that would satisfy the negative criteria.
I'll second the motion.
I didn't make a motion.
Oh,
So, does anyone want to elaborate on what I said? If not, I'll move to motion.
I'll just add that I think, you know, when we get one of these, I always kind of go back to the master plan and upgrading, the value of upgrading the housing stock, and I think the applicant did a nice job here. Really, the variances are around the lot itself as opposed to any of the proposed building. And I also think you, because of that, it's, you could add C1 to it. But I think as the community continues to develop, you know, it's not uncommon that we see this era of home, you know, 1950s. We have applicants come and look to upgrade it to more modern housing standards. And like I said, I thought it was a thoughtful application, so I'm inclined to support it, but also on a C1 basis.
And I guess I'd add one last comment just with respect to the width of the land itself isn't correctable. And with respect to the back shape, you know, adding any additional land, even if you were able to purchase it, would not be without detriment to other properties around it. So it didn't seem like there was a very realistic solution with respect to that. So I would also be in support of C1 and C2. Back to you, Dan.
I move that we deem the application complete and direct our board attorney to draft the resolution memorializing our decision to grant the sought relief, subject to the conditions stipulated to by the applicants this evening. Well, C1 and C2.
I'll second. If we can second.
Now you-
I'm sorry, who seconded? Thank you.
Kraus.
Mr. Cambria,
Yes.
Mr. Iorio,
Yes.
Ms. Janiers,
Yes.
Mr. Kraus,
Yes.
Mr. Tancredi,
Yes.
Mr. Seville,
Yes.
Chairman Breslin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you all for having me, I appreciate it.
The next item on the agenda is 8C, the Cohen Completeness and Public Hearing, ZB 20-018.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself from this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Arora.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, while we're getting ready, the notice, reviewed the content of same, found it to be sufficient, found it to be timely served, November 25 certified mail, November 19 published, both 10 days or more in advance of this evening, so the board has jurisdiction to hear and decide the case this evening, and I'll swear in the witnesses and our board professionals when you would like me to do so.
Go ahead, Mr. Warner.
Okay, if everyone will stand up, raise your right hand, please, and do all of you, including Mr. Booth, and do all of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all. And I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just briefly before we start the application, I assume everyone else in the hearing room is here to participate in or listen to this hearing. Is anyone represented by counsel, though? No? Okay.
If I may, very briefly, there's a very good reason for asking that. The municipal land use law requires that if any Members of the public are represented by counsel. The counsel has to do the questioning instead of that member of the public. But the member of the public still has the right, as always, to testify, make public comment under oath for or against the application. I just wanted the public to have the benefit of knowing, and the applicants the benefit of knowing why the chairman asked that question. Thank you.
And while we're in the spirit of transparency here, the reason I switched you was because I knew Mr. Iorio was going to recuse himself, and I figured I'd let him go home early tonight.
Very nice of you.
If you want to start by giving us an overview of the project and what you're trying to accomplish.
Great, thank you. Thanks to the board for having us here. We live at 154 Old Farm Road, Block 202, Lot 16. And we moved to Basking Ridge in 2019. My wife and I and our two young daughters, we love where we live. Our daughters absolutely love where we live. We've got wonderful neighbors. You can see what a beautiful place that it is we live in. And our current house, the current space that we live in, while open, the dining room, the dining area, and the living area are essentially one single space. And so what we are looking to do is to expand the footprint of our current dining living room area to encompass or to cover where the existing porch is. And that will give us an area where our daughters can have some private space for a family room, and it'll also give us a place where we can have a large dining room table where our entire family can sit together and enjoy the neighborhood. So this will create a more livable living room as well as a family-oriented dining room for all of us. At the same time, by creating this more utilizable dining room space, it will free up what is the current dining room, or supposed to be the current dining room in the front of the house, to be a home office for us. We're both physicians, and it'll be a space that will be utilized for us that we don't have otherwise in the house. With the addition of this space that's in the back of the house, it's sheltered on one side by the existing living room, and on the other side by where we have our family room. There wouldn't be any, it wouldn't be visible from the street. It also wouldn't be visible by any of our neighbors. But we do understand that because of the proximity of our house to the street, that we need a variance for the extension, and so we're here to request that. And as you all know, that our architect, Jonathan Booth, is here, and he can provide more detailed analysis to any questions that were requested ahead of us.
Okay, I think it might make sense to have Mr. Booth go through the plans, but for the time being, I guess we'll open it up to some questions based on the testimony you just provided. Anyone from the board have any questions for the applicants right now?
There were some photographs in the package. Did you take these photographs? Or
Mr. Booth, okay.
John did? When were they taken, John?
2 months ago.
It still accurately depicts the current condition.
Yes.
Mr. Booth, you gave that testimony as a fact witness, not as an expert.
Both.
We're keeping track here. Okay. But we're still on questions for the applicants. If any.
Okay.
Have you spoken to your neighbors about the project?
Yes, we have. And we have the 3 houses that you can see depicted there on either side of us and across the street are all here today.
Have you heard any specific concerns with respect to your project that have been highlighted?
So what we've highlighted so far, haven't heard any concerns related to that. There's a second part that we'll talk about later on, and we can discuss that.
You're talking,
So the other variance will be about the pool that we're going to be putting in.
gotcha, you're talking about the front yard setback for the addition.
But this is for the
Initially, and the pool.
For the addition, there's not been any concerns voiced by the
maybe
neighbors.
Some concerns with the pool location is what you're telling the board.
Mm.
Got it.
Okay. You know what? Why don't you tell us about the pool?
Okay. So, as you can see, the existing backyard it's not a finished backyard. When we moved in there in 2019, we knew that at some point we were going to be redoing the backyard. It's sloped. There is one flat area, which you can see that's closer to the lot to the right as you're facing the house, or lower down on the picture. That area is where the septic field is. So in speaking with Mr. Booth and designing an outdoor area that would be in keeping with the neighborhood and allow us to continue to appreciate the backyard that we have, the plan that we have would set for a porch to go essentially straight down in the direction of how the photo is looking. So it wouldn't go directly across the lot, in the line of the lot. It would go down, and then another level of the lot would shift backwards directly behind the house, and that's where we'd be putting the pool, is in the portion of the porch that's directly behind the house. There would be a tiered deck such that the porch wouldn't be on the same level that the house is. That by the time you get down to where the pool is, it would be 8 to 10 feet or so below the level of the house, built partially into the hill, partially into the deck. And this will allow us to, by the main deck that will be directed directly down, that will provide the least amount of infringement on our neighbors, from us to them and them to us. And as well as by putting the pool in that area slightly down the hill, it also provide less visual and audio infringement on our neighbors.
So just to clarify, when you were using the word down, you mean
Down the hill.
physically lower down the hill?
Down the hill, yes. It's a sloped hill.
Vertically?
Literally
lower
down the
From where
hill.
your house is?
Yes.
We do have some photos that might make it easier to visualize. And I will say, from my personal perspective, obviously it's a huge plot of land, so there's a lot of different places you could put the pool. But we have 2 very young kids, and they love to swim, but I would really like to make sure that that pool is somewhat visible to me at all times. And also, I don't know if you guys have kids or you deal with them needing to go to the bathroom when the pool is very far away, it's an issue. So we wanted it to not be an area where we were trekking back and forth significantly across the plot of land.
Mr. Slack, I think now is the appropriate time to talk about comments 2 and 3. And I'd love a little bit of more explanation and understanding around the steep slope ordinance in town and how it interplays with the location of the pool as you described in comments 2 and 3, your memo.
Okay, comment 2 talks about the requirement, well, that the board is all too familiar with, and this applicant is now, that the pool has to be to the rear of the rear building line of all adjoining lots. The overall idea behind that is that houses usually are lined up or in some uniform way along the street, and usually you want your backyard activities that are more active and noisy and whatever in the same place, lined up with your neighbor's backyard activities and front yards adjacent to front yards, that kind of thing. Of course, we run across a lot of situations where that just doesn't work. In this case, one of the reasons why it might not work is the steep slopes in the back of the property. The town does have a steep slope ordinance. Any slope over 15% is regulated. And the categories are broken down from 15 to 20%, 20 to 25, and then 25 and over. 25 and over is the most restricted. In the 15 to 20 and the 20 to 25% categories, you're allowed to disturb a certain amount of the land area that those slopes comprise. And in the 15 to 20% category, you're allowed to disturb 40% of the land area of that slope category on the property. So if you had 1,000 square feet of that slope category, you'd be allowed to disturb 400 square feet of it. And it goes, in the next category, it's 20 to 25%. You're allowed to only disturb 20% of the land area that's made up those slopes. In the applicant's plan, the steep slope map is sheet 6, the last sheet. And Mr. Booth provided a legend showing different graphic symbols representing the three, well actually there's 4 slope categories, but the 3 that are regulated. And the limited disturbance is drawn on there. And the calculations that you need to make to determine whether or not you're compliant with the ordinance are in the chart next to the graphic legend. So in this case, in the 15 to 20, well, it's actually 15 to 19.9% category, 40% is 12,352 square feet. That's what's allowed to be disturbed. And the applicant is not disturbing any slopes in that category. In the 20 to 25% category, where you're allowed to disturb only 20% of that land area, in this case, that 20% comes out to 5,897 square feet is allowed to be disturbed, and the applicants are under that maximum. They're proposing 4,368 square feet of disturbance in that category. So when you look at the steep slope map, as you would go further rear from where the pool is presently proposed, it's all steep slopes in that category. So any movement of the pool further down the hill is just going to disturb more and more of that category. And right now, they're at 14.8%, and they're allowed to disturb 20%. And I didn't try to figure out the math, but they're going to be pushing up against a threshold of what's allowed by the ordinance. And, well, frankly, you want to disturb as little amount of slopes as you can anyway, but there is a maximum where that the town ordinance permits.
If I may, Mr. Chairman? David, the 4,368 square feet of 20 to 25% category steep slopes that's being disturbed, is a good portion of that being disturbed for the installation of the pool and the surround area?
The pool and the surround area and the deck, pretty much, I'd say most of the proposed structures are in that area.
Right, and I guess what I'm wondering is, that's a 20 to 25, recognizing the very valid argument that one does not want to go 100 feet or so to the rear, but is there an area very far back in the lot, just out of curiosity, that is 15 to 20% or 19.9%, a slighter slope, where at least theoretically the pool and surround could be located, albeit perhaps far from preferable?
I suppose,
And I'm trying to,
yeah, I don't know if there's any other constraints back there, but.
I see what you're saying, yeah. I'm just
Speaking
looking at the
to
slope.
steep slopes, yeah, the ground does get flatter toward the rear, and there's a flatter area, of course, in the front yard and off to the
Right.
side in the front yard. Only other flat area, I think, is where the septic system is.
And back there, if it's not constrained, would it be to the rear of the rear lines of the adjacent dwellings?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay. But it would be one of those situations that this board has faced before, where there was the trade-off between being at the very rear property line, some long distance away, versus being, violating the pool location ordinance, which is what it is.
To complicate that, this is also 40 to 50 feet lower than the house, that spot that we're looking at. So it's not only remote physically, but topographically.
If you were to go further back.
If you're to the area you're talking about, the
And
unencumbered
I'm
slope area in the back.
I'm not pushing a theory, I'm just inquiring as to one.
No, but
It's-
there are
Yeah.
practical reasons
Right.
that presents real difficulty.
Right, no, all important stuff for the board to understand.
There's some trees back there.
Yeah, and
Let's like
we,
throw in that.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
some
it
large
looks like-
trees back there, and we want to disrupt as little of the land, and, and that includes not just our own property, but the trees, as much as possible. And as you mentioned, it's not just far away distance, it's far away downhill. And for a safety reason for our children, that's not something that we would, that's not something that would be our first choice. And when you look at, the flattest area, as was mentioned, where you can see, it's really hard to see, but there's a perimeter of trees that's toward the southwest area of that's dirt. That's the septic runoff, so obviously we can't put it there. And there's two small green dots that you can see between that area and our house, and that's where the septic tank is. That would be a great place to put it. Unfortunately, we can't put it within range of the septic tank. And if you go further to the west of there, and closer to the house, that's a very steep part, which further complicates things.
Mr. Sly, I have a question kind of about the property in general, and it kind of goes to the first variance too. So this house is not aligned with what you generally see in terms of the adjacent properties, in terms of the house location. If you know, is that because the house was not built at the same time as the adjacent neighbors, or is it because of the unique topography of this lot and the slopes we were just talking about, that it was difficult to put it further back? Like, this is obviously the second time this has come to the board on something, that arguably falls under the front yard setback, but it's a rear addition because of the uniqueness of how it all, plays. Just any sort of history, if you have it.
I don't.
Well, we did have.
You would surmise that it's probably because of the slopes, but that would be a guess. This part of town has a lot of unique situations, shared driveways, private roads, a lot of topography, streams running through it, where houses are probably more so than other parts of town. You find them, one or the other is just out of sync, but for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know the
Okay.
timing of it or any other reason of what could be.
Okay, thank you.
This particular property was the subject of a front yard setback application for an addition.
4 years ago? Yeah.
Yes.
Under the same general criteria, I think it was to the rear of the house, but still within the 100 feet.
Yeah, they had a front porch added on back then as well, but for the most part, the expansion was to the rear.
Mhm.
And even though it was to the rear, it was violating the front yard setback.
Does the board have any further questions for the applicants at this point? At the addition, I'm assuming same colors, materials, style.
As the
Absolutely.
balance of the exterior.
Yeah,
Okay, and you'll stipulate to that?
same
Absolutely.
architect.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Booth, he drew up a couple different options, and he depicted not just how it would look from the inside, but also on the outside, and we chose the one that would be most aesthetic
Okay.
from the exterior.
Seeing no further questions from the board, now's the time, if there's members of the public that have questions based on the testimony provided for the applicants, now's the time to do so. There'll be a time later in this application, if you have comments for or against the application, to do so. Now is the time just to ask questions, so. Seeing none. Ms. Kiefer, anybody from the public contact you?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Booth?
I can supplement some of the testimony that's already been provided. I'm not sure if the board would like me to go through the addition first, just briefly?
I think so.
Okay.
First, you're gonna have to qualify yourself as an expert in the field of architecture.
Yes, I've been practicing in town for quite a while. I'm licensed in the state of New Jersey.
License remains in good standing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll defer to the board, but I
Yep.
think the board has accepted you in the past.
We have, and we'll do it again tonight.
There you go, you're in.
Mr. Booth, please speak into the microphone.
Yeah, you could, yep, switch.
Is the first floor plan of the house. Just a note, the architectural plans are not in the same orientation as the site plans, so I have to ask for your forbearance. These are rotated 180 degrees.
I'm sorry, is this the first floor or second floor?
This is the first floor, sheet 2.
Sheet 2, dated October 2nd,
Yes,
20?
yes.
Okay, and it's the same thing
It's in your, it's the same drawing as yours. I have highlighted graphically.
And you know what that means, we get to keep it.
You get to keep it. I
And
can mark
We'll
it.
call it A1. If we could. Thank you,
And I'll put the date on here.
thank you.
This shows the first floor plan, and Old Farm Road is at the top of the sheet. So the outlined portion of the plan is the existing residence. This family room to the rear was the subject of that variance from a few years ago that you mentioned. And as you can see, the entire residence is forward of the 100-foot front yard setback. The proposed addition is sort of an infills a corner and will provide a dining room. Currently, the dining space is sort of on the interior of the house, and by locating it in this 14 by 19'8" addition, it will free up some space in the family room. The original dining room was actually a very small, it's about 11 by 12-foot room at the front of the house, which really isn't suitable. It doesn't really function as a dining room. So that's the purpose of the first floor addition. On the second floor above that, we're proposing a dormered alcove or a dormered space off of the master suite. It'll be set back within the roof line of the one-story dining room below.
We'll call that one A2, and for the sheet 3, the second floor plans, and we get to keep that one too, at least temporarily.
Okay. So by virtue of the house being forward of the front yard setback, the variance request is to permit a setback of 77.5 feet, which is the beginning point of this dining room addition. And that's the only variance required where the residence is concerned.
Mr. Booth, in your opinion, what would, I guess your expert opinion, what's your view of the impact from the view, what would be the impact of the view of the property from the street with that addition?
The addition can't be seen from the street. In other words, the roof line of the addition is below the ridge line of the existing house. This is the rear view. I'm referring to sheet 4. The rear view showing the 2017 family room gabled addition, and then the proposed addition, the dining room addition with the dormer. This addition, the structure really can't be seen from the front. It can be seen from the south side of the property, and the addition cannot really be seen from the north side property, adjoining property.
And is that because it's hidden behind the 2016 edition?
Yes, well, yes, that's why. Yeah. it's an inside corner, so I mean, it's currently the location of the existing deck on the residence.
And, it's impossible to construct that addition outside of the front yard setback, correct?
The variance required is where it joins the house at the rear of the building. So there's really no opportunity to conform. You know, I assume this house, when it was built in the early 50s, complied with the ordinance at the time, but subsequent update to the ordinance has made it non-conforming.
Any questions from the board on the addition? Mr. Booth? Mr. Booth, do you have any testimony you want to provide on the pool?
Yes, I do. And I can reply to comments in the reports that the board has received and that we've received. But first, this is sheet 5 of the submitted drawings. I'll mark this A3.
As soon as I see the color, you know.
Yeah. So I've highlighted sheet 5 to better convey the rear of the property. And I can present this from the best location if the audience would like to see it, or I can.
As best as you can.
Okay. The proposed pool, what we've tried to do is to have a compact solution that disrupted as little as the property as possible. So the pool is, which is 15 by 30, is centered on the gabled wing of the house at the rear, where it has proximity to the family room and kitchen, the most active spaces in the house. There is slope here, which I'll talk about in a minute, but the open parts, I'll just touch on some of the open areas of the property that were considered, or other areas of the property that were considered. This open lawn area to this.
I apologize, can you give us directionally northeast, southwest, that type of?
North is to the left on this sheet. South is towards where I'm standing.
Now you're pointing to a south.
To the southeast of the house is an open lawn area that where the septic field is located and the septic tanks closer to the house. And then we've got wooded areas to the east of the house. The proposal is to add a two-tiered deck that would then access the pool, but also the deck then would also have access to the open part of the yard. This is a difficult backyard to use and enjoy because of the slope and because of the septic system location. What we're trying to do with the slope of the property is, as shown on A4, which is A4 is a section through the pool and through the house. We're trying to balance the amount of that we're cutting and filling on the property. So we're cutting into the slope at the house and then filling on the other side of the pool, so that we're not bringing in material, or we've got a balanced grade situation. And we will have a 3-foot retaining wall at the house where the pool deck cuts into the grade. At the east side, where the grade is falling off, we'll have a 3-foot retaining wall, which will step to the deck. The proposal is to treat the pool surround as a deck structure because it is built on a slope. This way we don't have to do a lot of filling and a lot of retaining walls. And so, we're trying to blend or integrate the pool with the existing grade as much as possible.
With the chair's permission, can you give a brief review of that for the members of the public? So they
Yes,
can see?
I would like to do that, yes.
Thank you. And I was going to say, I think you're going to do the same with the earlier, that'd be great as well.
I can do these at the same time, I think.
This is the rear of the property with the pool, and the trees and the open lawn areas. And this is the section drawing through the pool and through the slope, showing the deck levels.
And where it was cut in and where it was filled, is that, are you able to?
Yes, that's shown
Demonstrate.
on this section drawing, the cut and the fill of the,
The other thing I'll point out on this drawing, the site plan drawing, is, recognizing that the neighbor to the north, in the interest of their sight line and in the interest of the owner's sight line, is to provide some buffering. I've highlighted a pink outline where that would occur in the form of, plant material. And I'll
shown right here.
There are large trees, this is only a partial view of the site. Of course, the property from the pool extends another 350 feet to the rear, so that would be about, the property extends up into about this location on this drawing. But, so this is all wooded to the east. I've shown some of the major tree locations. There's a mix of trees. There's also areas of heavy brush. But we're doing our best not to have to disturb those areas.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, when you mentioned the immediately adjacent property to the north, is that 164?
Yes.
And is that, I was going to correlate to a lot, but I can't find the list. That should be here somewhere.
It's 164, Old Farm.
Number 164, and it's lot 17, correct?
Yes.
Okay, 164 Old Farm. Okay, that's the immediately adjacent neighbor to the north.
Right. And I'm showing there an outline of that structure on my sheet 5.
And is that addressing comment number 4 of Mr. Clyde's memo? The adequacy of existing proposed landscape buffering?
Yes, I'm attempting to address that as best I can with showing where we intend to buffer. We have adequate space. This is from the proposed pool to the northern property line is 79 feet. And then another 60 feet to the neighboring structure. So, we've got the ability to provide an effective buffer, visual buffer there.
The tree locations that you show, where did they come from? Because the original drawing looks like it maybe has 4. The original survey that we received doesn't show any.
Mhm.
There's a couple of circles shown on sheet 5, but then you've added a lot more along the northwesterly side. Where does those come from?
Well, I located on the submitted drawing the trees immediately to the east or to the rear of the house.
Four that appear on here. Four
Right.
circles.
Then subsequently, in the preparation of this exhibit, I measured and located additional trees that, on the north side of the property.
So how did you locate them? You're not a surveyor, did you just pull off a
I,
house or something?
I measured them. I measured them as best I can. There's plenty of reference points here that I could triangulate locations.
And in pink, outlined in pink, those are existing, or that's what you're proposing to buffer? That's an example of
That's
infill.
infill proposed buffer.
Thank you.
And Mr. Booth, can you talk about the topography of the, or the slopes of the neighboring lots as it compares to where the pool is? Or your proposed pool? Like, is the topography similar on the adjoining lots in terms of the slope?
This topo's
That's hard to see.
not really.
Where's your color now?
I know. But here's the subject property. Here's Old Farm Road, if you will. This is provided by the township from their topo. The property to the north is, these contours run fairly uniformly, so the slope is roughly parallel to Old Farm Road and about at the same rate to the east. All these properties at the very rear end slope very steeply down to Butternut Circle, which is the next neighborhood to the east. The first floor
I'm
of,
sorry, just before you go, you're referencing, was that submitted? I know it's a
No.
topo from the township, I take it, but,
yeah, it was not submitted.
I think we're up to A5.
Okay.
Can you, I didn't, can you turn that so I can see that?
Sure.
Thanks.
This is the township topographic maps that were provided to us. And I didn't know how much this would come into play, so I didn't annotate it much, but this is Old Farm Road, this is the subject property. And outline, and then you can see.
North? Oh, there's north. Okay.
You can see the general nature of the slopes in this area. There's a pond to the south of the property on the next neighboring
Thank you.
neighbor. But I would say, having, that just in terms of relative elevation from one property to the next, it looks to me like the subject property and the property to the north, the first floors are about at the same elevation. I don't think one's higher than the other. The property to the north has a walkout basement level. Our house, this house, I recall working with the previous owner, who was a developer, speculator at that time, advising them that they could easily have a walkout basement on this property, given the slope, that it could walk out easily from the basement. The developer opted not to do that. So the grade comes right up to the first floor level where it could have been a walkout basement. But, in terms of other points about the relationship of the two properties, is that the garages oppose one another, right? So there's, on the area immediately adjoining these properties, there's really just a garage facing a garage. And then, but because our subject residence is so far forward, it creates this opportunity here for the pool.
And that location is such that it's not behind the rear building line of the adjacent property to the north, nor is it, if I recall correctly, behind the rear property line of the adjacent property to the south, correct?
Correct. Just this drawing, which is the slope analysis, probably best shows the relationship of the subject property and the residents to the north and the residents to the south.
And that's sheet 6,
Yes,
but colorized, so we're going to get another souvenir, aren't
okay.
we? A6. At least A6 and sheet 6 lined up.
And where's the pink from the other map, or the other sheet? Where's the pink on this sheet? Where would the
On
pink-
this sheet,
Where would the pink be?
the pink that we're proposing as would be a landscape buffer would be to the north of the pool, right about here.
So does the pink go past the north house?
This shows better, I think. Here's this outline of the proposed buffer in pink. This is the garage. I'm referring to the garage of the house to the north here. The garage has a breezeway connection to the house. So here you can see the location of the house on the north relative to the pool. This house also has a deck to its rear, and you can see that location. So we're trying to, the hope is that, well, obviously, is that this buffered area intervenes sightline from the house and the deck on the north to the pool and vice versa.
So if you're at the end of that deck
Right here.
and you look out, you're saying you're going to see the pink?
Correct.
And can you describe that buffer for us? Like more specifically, as opposed to plant material?
Well, what's there now are they're rather large trees. There might have like a 40 or 50-foot canopy. They're older trees that I'm showing here. So they don't really provide a effective visual buffer because you're looking through them and under them. So, whether I'm not a landscape architect, so I want to be careful about not, I don't want to couch that in a way that I'm not qualified to. But the buffer, there's space, I believe, in my opinion, to create an evergreen buffer that is 10 to 12 feet high. And this space is about 35 to 40 feet in length.
10 to 12 feet high at planting?
Yeah, whether it's, a pine or arborvitae, some plant material that is dense and evergreen would block that.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, out of curiosity, is there an impediment to going a little bit deeper in the lot with the landscape buffering as proposed? Going a little deeper, a little further? I'm not saying it's necessary, I don't decide, but
No,
I'm just curious.
I think the owners, David and Mittal, are, want to create, for their own purposes, want to create an effective buffer there. So I'm showing, I think, what would be a reasonable location and scope of that. But there is sort of a hollow space here, where I'm referring to the east of this buffer, that in order to provide a visual barrier because of the grade, if there was a mature tree that could acquire a 20-foot height, 15 to 20-foot height, I think that would also be, would help. And there's a heavy tree line along this lawn area, and then there's a hollow space right about in here. The property to the north has very large, looks like tulip trees and other very, monumental trees. They're not really
that's not really a buffer, you know, they don't contribute to the buffer, but just the character of their rear yard is heavily wooded.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Chairman, David, would there'd be the, if the board so desired, putting you in charge, and the applicant were willing, a stipulation that the landscape buffering and screening would be subject, as similar to what was shown, but subject to the review and approval of the board planner, and maybe the board can give more, no pun intended, fill in that those parameters for you so that you can have something, if there's an approval, to work with and to quantify and measure against.
Yeah, we could do that. It sounds like something definitely you need to see in the field to put some stakes in the ground where the trees specifically need to go, and also talk about are you planning to consult with the landscape architect about tree species? Or, I mean, I don't know how shade tolerant they're gonna need to be. They certainly need to be
Right.
deer tolerant.
I think at that next step, I think with this type of investment, David and Matal would probably want to talk to,
I mean, we want to make sure that we're, complying with the wishes of the board, and obviously with our neighbors, and making sure that we're, maintaining the beautification of our neighborhood,
And your own privacy.
and that of our own as well.
Yeah, I think, I think we've heard lots of testimony over the year and the years from landscape architects, and they're landscape architects for a reason, you know? So sometimes you can't get immediate shading, you know, you have to plant something 6 to 8 feet as opposed to 10 to 12, because it stunts growth and all this kind of stuff, so I think, making sure that you,
But would the applicant be willing to stipulate to a landscape buffering subject to the review and approval of the board planner with that type of guidance? Reasonable discretion.
Yes.
I've known David for a long time. I've never concluded that his discretion was anything other than reasonable. The possible exception of he talks to me, so. Thanks.
perhaps we can just go through, there's 3 memos, we'll go through the comments. I think we've probably touched on all of them, but in the instance we haven't, we can check those off. Mr. Schley, your memo 1 is factual. Looks like 2 and 3 we discussed. That has to do with the location of the pool and the slope. 4, we just discussed at length landscape buffering. Stop me if I get anything wrong here. 5, Mr. Booth or the applicant, can you confirm that no existing trees are going to be removed?
yes,
And a tree protection plan will be submitted for review and approval prior to any land disturbance?
yes,
6, soil from the excavation must be removed from the site unless you submit a grading plan showing where the soil will be. You'll stipulate to that.
yes,
And the project subject to approval from the Somerset Union Soil Conservation District.
mhm,
And then Environmental Commission, will jump to that next, but they provided a copy of the best management practices for discharging pool water. And that was actually one of their comments, was to see, to discuss your plan for discharging the pool water in light of the steep slope on the property. Do you have a plan? How are you going to address discharging the pool water?
We haven't spoken with someone that's gonna implement the pool yet, and that'll be part of the plan that we'll detail.
David, is that something you can be the reviewing and approving designated official? Because it wouldn't be going to the Environmental Commission.
Yeah, no, the applicant can provide a little narrative on how that's gonna work after you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, most of the houses in the neighborhood who are also on steep, land have pools, so it's not something.
That's something we can work out.
Okay.
With a condition of approval that requires it.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. The next comment, the Environmental Commission recommends a double row of silt fencing Mr. Quinn, Mr. Sy, any comments on that? I know sometimes it seems like it's helpful, but it's not. What's your view here?
To be frank, they're gonna have to get certification from Soil Conservation District, which will be their purview. But it is not uncommon on steep slopes like this to require double sill fencing. I mean, again, this is purview of Soil Conservation District, but I almost think that hay bale sill fence combination on a slope like this is more effective, but.
We'll leave it to the Soil Conservation District.
Yeah.
It's fine with me. Stormwater requirements was the third comment from the Environmental Commission. Mr. Quinn.
Right, the only question is, there's a lot of decking in it. And you're just gonna have to show the Township Engineering Department that deck is open. It's not gonna be a tongue and groove or any kind of closed deck, because otherwise it's gonna count as impervious coverage. So that was one of the things, you're gonna have to convince them that you're
Right.
proposing an open deck, so that detail will have to be in the drawing.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of things that, again, this is a very cursory plan at this point, but there's a lot of things that have to be shown, like the fencing, the pool equipment, all of that'll have, and, you know, a little more detail on the grading and the walls, all of that'll have to be submitted to the township as part of grading.
Right.
And it has to be pool compliant fencing with a self-latching gate and all that?
I think the Township Engineering Department checks all of that, so I just like to advise the applicants who come in here, they may need more detail when they get to the township permit.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Mr. Sy, you're okay? We got through your memo?
Well, just one thing on my memo. We
Mhm.
talked a little bit about the buffering to the northeast, not so much about to the southwest. I know that those adjoining homes are differently situated. But what's your opinion on that, the need for additional screening as it relates to that home to the south?
Lot 15?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, I don't see, you know, in the summer months, you know, you really don't see that neighbor, anything from one side to the other because of the distance and because of the heavy woods that exist. So I don't see that what we're proposing requires buffering to the southwest or the southeast. Additional
If I
buffering.
may, are the heavy woods on their lot, on the subject lot, or both?
On both, on both. You can tell in your aerial the sort of the open lawn of this property, and it doesn't extend to the south property line. You know, there's 50 feet or more of woods before you get to the property line, and then the neighbor's wooded area.
Okay. So we're clear, there's no proposed landscape buffering on the southwest side of the
Nothing
pools.
proposed, correct.
Okay. If nothing further, any questions for Mr. Booth from the board?
Mr. Booth, can you speak to any lighting on the pool or on the deck?
You know, a detailed lighting plan will be developed. We'll take care to not to produce glare or, you know, direct lighting off-site. We'll keep it inward.
Downward lit, no light spillage?
Yes, you know, we'll be sensitive to the lighting, keeping the light directed internally and downward.
Sorry if I missed this. Did you tell us where the pool equipment was?
No, I didn't.
You're
But,
rhetorical.
I'd like to explore because we have an elevated deck proposed, placing it under that deck where it would be somewhat protected. And, you know, so it's not in a more conspicuous location. So I'd like to explore that possibility. That's gonna have to be, you know, developed with the assistance of the pool designer.
Being under that deck may reduce echo and noise.
Well, I suppose there's no great location for, you know, for a pool filter and equipment, but
Pool heater, you have to know.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Pool heater, I would not be able to under a deck. You have to exhaust it. You have to have one that has proper exhaust. But that would be possible. But that's consideration too.
But yeah, maybe the filter equipment could be located there.
Any further questions from the board? If not, now's the time for members of the public to ask questions of, I guess, the applicant or?
Yeah, I think
Uh,
both,
I
you were
think-
done, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, both the applicant and Mr. Booth, since the applicant provided additional testimony. So any questions for either or both of the witnesses?
Seeing none. Ms. Kiefer, anybody from the public reach out?
There are none.
Okay. Now's the time, if there's any members from the public that would like to comment on the application, now's the time to come forward. Because you'll be providing testimony, I'm going to ask Mr. Warner to swear you in and take your name and address for the record.
My name is Eleanor Malloy. I live at 164 Old Farm Road.
Is your house on the map there?
Immediately adjacent to the north, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry. I cheated earlier and looked. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I would like to respectfully request that the board
Excuse
not-
me, could you please talk right into the
Yes.
microphone?
It's very tough with the mask,
Yes.
unfortunately.
I respectfully request that the board deny this application for variance. I have here, I would like to pass out a few photographs that I also have of the property and of our view of the neighbor's property.
Bear with me before, if I may, before you do, how many photographs?
I have 3 photographs.
Okay, and that's not how many sets. Each set is 3 photographs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 3 photos, and we'll mark those Exhibit O1, because since you said respectfully request denial, it's going to be Objector 1. And the 3 photographs will be one compendium of photographs, and if they're
I took the photographs.
predicate questions, yes, you took them, and when did you take them?
I took them this week.
Okay, and I take it, but you'll confirm for me that they're accurate depictions of what presently exists of the property, and the views would be essentially the same if we were to go there today?
Yes,
Or maybe not right now at night, but during the day?
yes.
Okay. And if you can give one set to the applicants?
Yes.
And/or their expert, if there's enough, and a couple to the board, and I don't know if there's any
Yes.
for other members of the public.
The first page is actually just a repeat of the photos that you have.
Okay. We'll need a couple for the board if you have them.
I have some for the board here.
And I'll need
And
a
Ms.
set also.
Kiefer will need.
Yeah, ultimately, Ms. Kiefer. Oh, you got a lot, good.
I have a lot, so.
Thank you. If you, Tom, you just get one to Cindy? Thanks.
I have more here if you need.
Here's one for you, Tom, and/or.
Does
So
anyone
sorry,
else need
you took not the first page.
Not the first page. The first page, I won't count though, because that's a repeat of what you're seeing, what has already been submitted. But the first page, again, if you see the picture of the property, the aerial view of the property, you can see that the property the Cohen's property is 3 acres. So there could possibly be a place on the 3 acres where the pool could go. The aerial view also shows our home and the juxtaposition to the adjacent property, and also the setback and the need for the variance, because the Cohen's property is in front of our property. Now, if you go to the first page, you'll see that this is a picture from the street of the Cohen's driveway looking through to the back to our property.
Exhibit C is?
Exhibit C, yes. And Exhibit D is our driveway looking into the Cohen's driveway, which is what our view is. Now, this is where the pool will be. Exhibit E and Exhibit F are the view from the interior of our home. This is the side view from the side of our house. So this speaks exactly to the variance point that all pools should be behind the adjacent dwelling. Because this Exhibit E is from the inside of our house looking exactly to where the pool would be. And I want to speak to this because this addresses the point that Mr. Booth was making about the exposure. We don't at this point have a wooded buffer or any sort of landscaping buffer that protects us and remedies this variance. In fact, I would argue the onus is now on us to provide the buffer for this pool that's going to go in right, into our line of vision.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, though, you heard the testimony from Mr. Booth regarding the proposed landscape buffer.
I did.
Can you address that?
Yes, I could. When the Cohens came to us only last week did we realize, when we received the notification from the board, that these plans were actually submitted to the board. As soon as we received notification from that, we notified we took a look at the plans. We notified our neighbors that we felt that this was not a comprehensive plan. This was a beginning plan, but that without a landscape architectural plan to satisfy the variance, this was not ready to go to the board. So although the proposal from Mr. Booth is a move in the direction, and I think it is addressing our issue, I don't think it really satisfies the variance because we do not know what that buffer is going to be. And I will say to the board, we have no quarrel with our neighbors having a pool. We want these are our new neighbors. We want them to enjoy their home. We get along with our neighbors, but we are seriously concerned about the fact that this variance has not been addressed, and there is really no remedy for this variance. So if they want to they can either, A, not go for a variance and find some place in the 3 acres to place the pool. If they need a variance, then it seems to us that it is more than reasonable for the board to require that there is specific landscape plans to show that this variance is ameliorated. Because just to say you're going to put up an evergreen trees does not demonstrate how you are going to satisfy the problems and the issues addressed with this. And you can see it quite clearly. There are trees, yes. There are great deciduous trees, but there is a very slim, and that wooded border has been diminished over the years through the deterioration of the understory, through the deer, and so forth. And so there is very minimal, in the wintertime, there is very minimal buffer between our 2 yards, and you can see that we would be able to see right into their pool and right into their pool area, and there would be that would be a sound, that would be sight. We're also talking about a lot of proposals that are not in concrete about lighting, where the pool equipment is going to go, and none of these things have really there's not a plan yet. And so until there is a concrete plan as to where those things are going to go and how that is going to be implemented, I cannot see how this variance is remedied. So thank you.
Ms. Millay, I have a couple questions for you while I have you here.
Sure.
The first question I have is, I presume from your testimony and your comments that your objection is not to the addition. It's strictly to the pool.
It is to the pool.
And my second question is, looking at the photographs, Do you believe that sufficient landscaping could be placed to alleviate your concerns?
I couldn't comment to that because I'm not a landscape architect. So I can't comment to how this is remedied, and in the abstract, I would guess that a good landscape architect could remedy this, but I can't speak to that because I don't.
There's no plan in front.
There's no plan, and I'm not a landscape architect.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy.
Thank you.
Technically, the applicants have an opportunity, should they so desire, to ask any questions of Ms. Malloy.
Sure, I will speak.
Okay,
Can you,
wait.
good, just,
Wait, you have to just identify yourself, come up to
come
the
up to the
mic.
microphone.
You've already identified yourself, but just come up to the mic, that's okay. And again, it's just questions
Yeah.
of her testimony of her.
So, I mean, or maybe just of how this process works, because obviously this is the first time I'm doing this. If we hire a landscape architect and we go through a whole set of plans and they still oppose these plans, now we are further out this situation. Am I correct in that fact, that that would still have to come back to the board and that would still have to be?
Well, you don't,
addressed?
if you carry this matter, then you'd be, to do that, that's your prerogative, then you, obviously, you have not yet gotten an approval, so anything could happen.
Right.
If that answers your question.
Right.
I think it might have been somewhat rhetorical.
Right, yeah. No, I mean, I understand, and I think that obviously we want there to be a buffer, and we are more than willing to make an investment in this backyard. But I think it has to be within reason, right? I mean, to your point, we're not going to be able to put in a whole set of new woods between our home and their home. We didn't build the house off, we bought the house as is, right? It's not like we chose to put it 70 feet from the property line instead of 100 feet from the property line. So, you know, some of it is very hard for us to remedy. We can put the pool back further, and that will be fine. However, that will be more in their sight line than we are currently proposing, and that sight line doesn't require a variance. So that's totally reasonable. To your point, we will probably significantly have to deal with all of the topography, and we can put it back there, and just, you know, because we live there, it will 100% be right under their deck. That's where our pool will be, and that will fit okay with being behind their property line. And the view from their deck will be literally right into our pool, which is not ideal for us or for them from my perspective, but those are kind of our two options, right, because of the septic field and the grading of the land.
Well, there hasn't been a determination yet by the board, so. But assuming that you're proceeding with your application as it's presently constituted, you stipulated, you made a certain stipulation with respect to landscape buffering by way of what was proposed by you through your architect, and agreeing to it being subject to the review and approval of our planner. If I understood correctly, you were agreeing to go beyond what was proposed in the architect's plan. So where we stand now is that's where it is. You can add to that if you like. I mean, it's your application.
Correct, yeah.
But the board has not decided anything yet. So, but you've heard from an adjacent neighbor, so it's.
Yeah, and we've, you know, in speaking with Mr. Malloy about this in May, when I made it, you know, discussed it with him about the plans to put the pool in the back, and that we would provide, you know, security between us and them. This has been something that we've been planning for like over 6 months now, that they've been aware of, or that Mr. Malloy's been aware of. And we have 80-some feet of land between us to solidify with, fill in, or whatever shrubbery is needed.
80 feet between your pool and the property line? Is that what you're saying?
It's 79 feet from our pool to their property lines. Yeah, so 79 feet, yeah.
I guess we should run into this.
couple brief comments to help clarify some of these. Is that appropriate?
That's fine. Of course, members of the public will continue to have an opportunity to question you on your additional testimony and will still retain their ability to continue to make public comment. So, with the chair's permission, yes.
Yes, Mr. Ruth.
Thank you. I know we're a little bit out of order, but I'll make it quick. I just want to make sure the board understands, this is the
Referencing exhibit, I lost track.
Exhibit A3, which
Thank
is
you.
sheet 5, rendered sheet 5. The conforming location of the pool that Matal was mentioning, I just want the board to visualize that. This is a location where I'm referring, that is behind the rear line of adjoining structures. And you can see its relationship to the property to the north, to its deck. And this is viable. We can go through direct administrative channels to accomplish that. We just didn't think it was a good solution for anyone.
Can you just give the benefit of the public? Can you give the public the benefit of that?
I'm just showing a proposed pool that would, in a conforming location, to the rear of adjoining residence. And stating our belief that this would create greater impact to the property on the north specifically. The other thing I just want to say is that, I understand the Malloys basically have enjoyed this viewscape to the side of their house by accident of this house being built too close to the road. So it's just an interesting note that the relief we're requesting for the front yard variance has been ongoing good fortune for them in terms of their sightlines, and we understand that. And the last point I'd like to make is that my understanding of the creation of this ordinance was following a lot of, as the town developed and there were flag lots, there were unusual street curves and cul-de-sacs where you had really incongruous relationships where a pool might be to the side or front of a neighboring house, just by virtue of a curved street or a corner lot or a cul-de-sac. But in this case, though, the objection, as I understand it, of the neighbor to the north is that their sight line from their back deck and their rear room of the house will be impacted by the neighbor's pool. But I don't think it's a foreign concept that, from the back of my house, I might see a pool on my neighbor's property. So I just think that, I understand the original intent of the ordinance, but I think it's a little misplaced in this case, given that the objection is primarily their view from the back of their house, the spaces to the back of their house, and really not involving the front or the garage side of the house. So I just wanted to make those few comments.
Ms. Malloy? Do you mind coming back up? I have a few questions. The side of your house that faces the property.
Yes.
Can you explain just a little bit of the layout of your house? Is your bedroom on that side of the house? Is it the kitchen?
Yeah, the kitchen is on that side of the house. Facing this property, so in the photographs that you're looking at, the pictures, we have a small patio that would be facing their pool now, so that's facing the side of the property. So that's basically that side of the house. So it's the side, it's the side view of our kitchen, the side patio, and of course, the pool would be in front of our backyard. So the back side of our yard, the side of our yard would be facing this pool.
And In your photographs, Exhibit E, the view from the interior of the home, what room was that photo taken from? It looks like it's coming through a window.
Yes, so that is through my kitchen, that's through the side of my house, so the kitchen window on the side.
Okay.
And can you see that window from Exhibit C?
Yes, so from Exhibit C, that is, when you're looking, that
Between the
first, that's the
trees?
first window that
That's the
you see
first
when,
window.
yes, so both of those views that you see from those two windows are my kitchen window. So those two views are looking out, are that view of Exhibit E.
Okay, but Exhibit E is the first window
Yes.
closer to the street?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The applicant and Mr. Booth had provided a little bit more testimony in response to Ms. Malloy's first comment, so in an abundance of caution, if there's any questions with regard to that provided testimony, you're certainly welcome to ask further questions at this point. If not, we'll continue with public comment.
Nobody with questions?
No.
No? Okay. Anyone else from the public wish to comment on the application? Please come forward. Well, ask for-
Name and address, and I'll swear you in, please.
Marvin Aaron, 151 Old Farm Road, Basking Ridge, directly across from the Conn's property.
And how do you spell your last name?
Aaron.
Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
First, let me say that, we're in good terms with all our neighbors, and it pains me a little to appear to be taking sides in this issue, but my wife and I live directly across the street, as I said, and we support this effort to make the addition as well as the pool. I think that what we're all grappling with here is issues of the way things were laid out historically, and also the topography. And looking at these photographs, and even this morning, I was struck by the fact that our pool seems to be literally forward of our house. Additionally, the neighbors to the what side? Down. Their pool is literally in their front yard. You can't see you can see the pool, you can't see their home. No, to the side of us.
Okay, just, we're providing testimony, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. The photograph, our home, I wish I had a pointer.
And on the photograph, it is to the right of your home. Is the property you're discussing now.
You're looking at the area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
When I'm looking at my home, it's the home from the street, it's the home to the left.
Yes.
The home I'm describing.
I apologize, yes.
And their home is also in, their pool rather is also in. I don't know how or when this was laid out. I know our home is quite old. I believe it was built in the 40s. We've lived there for 7 years. We've lived in town for longer. But
and behind you, are you a through lot? Is there a street behind you?
yes, sir, we have two front yards, so to speak. Old Army is behind us and Old Farm is in front of us.
Yeah, those are through lots, okay.
And just as the cones are on top of, they're so close to the road and we're so far. Every time I take the recycling out to the street, I walk like a mile. And it's December.
Okay.
In any event, so I think that, unfortunately, the topography as well as the existing layout of the neighborhood makes this a little bit unusual, but I think we generally support things that will increase the property value of our neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Please come forward. And we'll swear you in first.
Name and address.
Chris Malloy, 164 Old Farm Road, Basking Ridge. So we get along with the neighbors, sorry.
Right hand?
Sorry?
Yes,
Right
swear you
I
in.
haven't sworn you
sorry,
yet.
sorry.
That's okay. It went quick. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much. Now,
Sure. So what Marv was,
Sorry, can you speak a little closer to the
Yeah,
microphone?
Oh, sure,
speak in the
sorry.
microphone.
so Marv, that pool that's below you, that's actually their backyard, not their front yard. 199.
wait, no, we can't have discussion back and forth.
No,
Wait. Quasi judicial proceeding, almost like court.
Sorry.
But not Judge Judy, that kind. This is David, if I may, Mr. Chairman?
Mm-hmm.
David, it's a through lot, but it looks to me as if, which way is that, are those homes fronting? Across the street from the Cohens and across?
So, no,
Wait,
oh,
sir, I was
sorry.
talking to Mr.
Sorry.
Schley, thank you. Usually, the driveways obviously are coming off of
Old
Old
Army.
Farm. I mean, not Old Farm, you know,
Old Farm.
yeah, off Old Farm, I'm sorry. And so where are those houses fronted?
Well, they would fronting on both streets. The front yard would be basically.
Primary front
Where
yard.
the architectural front of the house and the functional backyard is, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, Unfortunately, we can't have the discussions. All right, well, in any
Okay.
event.
Can I speak?
with
Yes, you
fair
may.
permission,
Okay,
go
thank
ahead.
you. So that first pool that's on that screen,
The far left.
the big white one that's sticking out on the corner. Well, there's two of them. There's on the far left, yes. The upper hand left.
Okay.
That pool belongs to 199 Old Farm Road. The front of the house is on Old Army Road. That's actually the back of the house.
Okay.
If
So
you-
architecturally, that house faces Old Army Road.
That's correct.
And
The
so
front door.
architecturally, that pool is located in its backyard.
That's correct,
Okay.
right.
How about, if I may, how about the other one, the Aaron's pool? Does the Aaron's home front Old?
Yes.
Old Farm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that pool might be, what, David, side yard, front yard?
no, it's in the front yard.
Well, it's in the front yard, 'cause it's in the front of the line, yeah, okay. Okay, all right, I mean, for whatever relevance it may have, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have anything further?
No, look, David had mentioned that he had spoken about the pool with me prior, and the truth of it is, we spoke for about 3 seconds, and I said, I'm probably going to put a pool in as well. When we saw the plans, there was no landscaping on the plans, so some of that is new, which is fine, which was kind of alarming us, because, you know, our driveway, if I drive down my driveway, and I get out of my car, if I get out of the passenger side front door, that edge of my driveway is 17 and a half feet to their edge of their driveway. So that's the narrowest part of the respective properties. When we were over at the Cohens, David has been great. I mean, they're great neighbors. There's nothing, we just respectfully hope that, we went over, we saw the house, we saw the property. We never talked about the plan. I got a notification, I came down, I actually met with Cindy, and I saw the plan. I mean, I'm not an expert reading plans, but I was kind of like, oh, the pool. You know, I saw it, I was like, okay, well, I was assuming it was going to be kind of where the Cohn's name in yellow is on the diagram. We actually walked the property. I said, the architect should come over to the house. You guys should see it from our perspective. We would love for you to have a pool. We just don't want it up there. And the truth of it is, we found that we got a notification, and I had said, come on over with the architect. And David said, oh, we're working through it. It's not a big deal. 2 days later, we actually got the certification. I was like, whoa, you know, how is that possible? I thought it was a work in progress. But when we were on the property, David said, Plan B would be to put it where the cone name is, slightly above it. And he said, and there's 2 pine trees or 2 evergreens. And he said, we wouldn't want to take them down because we didn't think you would want them removed. And I said, well, maybe you should have asked us. I mean, I'd rather see the pool down lower. I know that they've got young children, so I'm trying to be respectful about that. But quite honestly, the kids will grow up and you'll have a pool 16 feet off of the foundation. And I just think that if you're going for a variance and you're on 3 acres, there is a spot. Or come look at the property and walk it.
Mr. Malloy, I have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind. The first question I have for you is, if the cones located the pool further back, like Mr. Booth had shown, they technically wouldn't have to be here for a variance, and they wouldn't have to comply or work to add any landscape buffering. Would you still look for some landscaping if it was put further back, or would it be okay without any landscaping?
I
in
think there
that
should
further-
be some landscaping, sure.
Okay, so even if it was further back, your preference would be
Yeah, but
for
it
it
wouldn't
also to
be,
be
I mean, the
landscaped?
thing is, when I looked at the plans, I mean, there was no landscaping
Sure.
plans that I saw. So
Yep.
right away, I was like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. I mean,
But regardless of the location, you
I
think
think there's
additional
got to be some,
landscaping?
I think there has to be some. It
Okay.
probably wouldn't even be the extent that they would have to do if they were up above.
Got it. And then my next question is, if the pool was put where it's currently proposed to be put, do you think sufficient landscaping could be placed to alleviate your concerns?
I'm not sure. I'd have to
Okay,
see
you'd
'em.
have to see it.
I mean, I'd have to see the plans. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay,
this,
that's fair enough.
right? Okay, thank you.
Unless anyone has other. Thank you, Mr. Malloy.
The applicants have the ability, if they so desire, to ask questions of any of the witnesses who testify for or against, if they wish to do so. Just like members of the public have the opportunity to question the applicants and the experts.
Thank you. I guess the only one that I'd like to hear from, if she doesn't mind, is our neighbor, the other neighbor who would potentially be affected. We've talked to 2 of our neighbors who could potentially be affected, and I wanted.
I'm talking about questions for Mr.
Oh, just directly for
Malloy.
Mr. Malloy.
But if you don't
Okay.
have any, that's fine, and members of the public all are welcome to comment.
Okay.
Can I just ask Mr. Malloy one question?
Certainly.
Sure, but
Please
this-
come forward to the microphone.
Because the mics have to pick up everything as best they can, and I'm violating that myself.
I guess what's hard for me to understand is why is the pool down where the Cohen name is better? Because we're gonna put a pool in one way or another. So whether we do the variance or don't do the variance, there's gonna be a pool on the property. Our 5-year-old daughter asks for that. That's the only thing she's ever asked for, like we're gonna have one. So I'm just trying to understand why that's better, because obviously from our safety perspective, it's not better, but I just don't feel like it's better for them either. But I'm just trying to understand that piece, why you think
But
that's
that's
a
your
better.
question of Mr. Malloy, correct?
Yes, yeah, or
Okay.
why they think that's a better location,
Okay.
and maybe they know something that I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Malloy, could you please come forward and answer why you believe that would be in your view, a preferred location?
Somewhat similar to the question the chair asked, I think, but.
Yeah, I think the real answer is that when I went down to look at the plans, there was no architectural plan, 0. There's plans that were presented tonight that showed shrubbery, which was added in recently, which is fine. So we're looking at, from our house, you're asking for a variance, you're on a nice sized lot. When I was out in the yard with David and John, they said, hey, Plan B, we could go pretty close to where the deck's gonna be, probably, above where the sea is, in Cone. And I said, well, it would, I don't know why you wouldn't do that. It's not that far from the house. The pool, you're talking about the pool currently being 16 feet from the foundation, direct center of the house. Your house sits up on a hill, so basically, unless there was a lot of coverage, landscape coverage, we would, our driveways are pretty close, but then, of course, it gets wider. So Ellie and I were actually, because we didn't see any landscape plans, it was kind of hard. When I was talking to you guys, or David and John in the yard, we said, look, there's going to have to be a lot of landscape. And it's like, yeah, we'll throw a couple trees up here and there. And quite honestly, that was a little concerning. Not that you wouldn't do it, but you know, I mean, people say, hey, we're gonna do it, and all of a sudden it turns out not really what you would do, and we just wanna make sure that, I mean, my personal preference would be to have it down by the cone and have landscaping along the side. But, you know, that's up for the board to decide.
Thank you, Mr.
So,
Malloy.
Thank you.
Technically, to ask questions?
You have a question,
Or provide further testimony?
clarify with the images what my wife said. About
For who? For the board?
The alternate location of the pool.
Where it would be?
Yes, with an existing deck. If we had a deck there and a pool.
There's further testimony, and it's up to the chair.
Before you do that, I have a question from Mr. Sly, if you'll give me. Yeah. Mr. Sly, we talked about this earlier with respect to the steep slope and the disturbance. And I know it's 3 acres, and we touched on it, and I think your comment, if the pool was to be moved further into the rear yard in order to comply with the pool location requirement, it would not comply with the steep slope ordinance. So I'm gonna go back to the steep slope ordinance. One, is that something you can get a variance for, or what are the rules around the slope and what the impact would be if it was moved back and then disturbed the steep slope ordinance?
Well, it would be a C variance.
Okay.
Here. And, I mean, that's a calculation you have to make. I mean, I'm assuming you need some amount of disturbance to get a path down to it, stairs and, you know, not just, it wouldn't just be plopping at one isolated area of disturbance in the middle. There'd have to be some disturbance between here and there, between the house and the pool. Once you get down far enough, you're getting into an area where you're allowed to disturb more of the slopes, because the slopes are not as steep. So if you go far enough, that might not be a problem. You still have to get yourself there through the steeper area slopes, but they're regulated separately. You're allowed to disturb X amount in the one category and X amount in the other.
Okay.
So, I mean, you couldn't look at this plan and say it's not possible, but you couldn't look at the plan either
And say it,
it's,
yeah.
you know, totally doable either. Somebody would have to, I suppose Mr. Booth, figure that out and just do the calculations.
Okay.
So in other words, relocating it back may or may not call into question a steep slope variance and a trade-off of one variance for the other, correct?
It might be able to be done fully conforming.
That's
it
what you
might
said,
not.
yeah.
I mean, it's probably possible to put a pool down there and not have any kind of other improvements. I mean, you could, you know,
Sure.
pinch it down, I guess, to some extent, and I would guess it's totally possible in one way or another to get a pool down there, but I don't even know that.
Without
Without a
requiring
steep slope variance.
slope variance.
Yeah, but that's, you know,
Okay.
you couldn't say.
You couldn't say based on the plans. Got it. Okay.
And that's not the proposal by the, from
That's
the
not the
board.
applicant's proposal.
Were there, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, any other members of the public wish to comment?
Yes, please come forward.
Name and address, please.
Jennifer Aaron, 151 Old Farm. I don't know who my question is for.
Oh, wait, I gotta swear
Oh.
you in, because it's public comment.
Oh,
Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
Thank you. And do you have something to say as opposed to a question to ask?
I guess it's a rhetorical question, so maybe just something to say.
Well, I would think that's something to say, but go ahead.
Can you remind me, 151 is which home?
Across the street. with
Across the street.
Our pool's in our front yard,
Got it, I see.
on top of our neighbor's
Got
pool,
it.
that's in their front and backyard.
I got you.
We all love our neighborhood. It's a very quirky, I think this gentleman said, it's a crazy neighborhood. Pools all over the place, outbuildings all over the place. I don't think anything is conforming by today's standards. I'm confused, and my rhetorical question is, to me, when I walk up and down the street and look at everyone's properties and look at everyone's pools, this is a backyard to backyard view. Despite what the technicalities of the setbacks are, whose house is in front of or behind. For all practical purposes, if you are going to be standing at this hypothetical pool, you will be looking into the Malloy's backyard, and the Malloys from their backyard will be looking at a pool across their backyard. So I'm not, Mr. Booth sort of made this point, I think, and it's hard to get the lay of the land by just looking at these maps and how strangely laid out everything is. But from a laywoman walking down the street, this is a backyard-to-backyard situation, so I'm kind of confused about how that's different from any other backyard-to-backyard pool situation in any neighborhood in town.
Two things, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Number one, to the extent that rhetorical question was a statement, would we be correct in characterizing it as a statement in support of the application?
Very much so.
And number two, to the extent it might have been an actual question in part, for the benefit of all, because the ordinance requires that the pool be located behind the rear building line of all adjacent homes, such that since this particular home is set forward closer to the street, for example, the neighboring home adjacent to the north, their rear building line, the little back building wall of their house, the pool would be in front of it, if you were to draw a straight line.
Okay, so I guess that
That's
confused
the
me.
violation.
Okay. I
We
thought it
call
was
that our
assuming
pool
that it was like
location.
in the front of the house,
No,
which
so
it's
that-
not.
We call that our pool location
Okay.
ordinance. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the public?
One more? Name and address, please.
Maura Smith, 140 Old Farm Road.
140.
I'm on the other side of the Cohens.
Got it.
Just want to say that I'm in support of the pool. Either location would not be disruptive to me at all, and I think that it would be beneficial for property values.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, do you feel that from your perspective, regardless of where the pool is located, but let's say it's where it's proposed to be located?
Yes.
Do you feel that you need any additional landscape screening or buffering, or what, from your perspective, what exists now would be sufficient?
What exists now would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Ms. Kiefer, anyone at home
No.
weighing in?
The whole neighborhood is here. Anything more?
If the applicant would like to provide a summation of the application before the board takes it under consideration, you're welcome to do so.
Should I skip past the addition part and just go straight to the pool? I mean, it's 10, 20.
It's your summation. It's your summation.
So we want to expand the footprint of the inside of our house to provide a more private living space for our daughters to have a family room, and also a true dining room for our family to eat dinner around. This is a space that wouldn't be viewable from either the front of the house, from the street, or from any of our neighbors. We're also looking to put in a tiered deck, most of which would be directed south and southwest, away from our neighbors that have been called the neighbors to the north. And in one of those, in the lowest tier of those, would be a proposed pool, and the location of that pool is set there, acknowledging that we would need a variance for the pool because it's in front of the line of their house. The proposed place is due to preservation of safety for our children, and also preservation of the land and minimizing the effect on the environment. And at the end of the day, this comes down to, will we protect the visual and the audio effect of ourselves and of our neighbors. And we wouldn't be putting anything in that would be visually obstructive or invasive for ourselves. And if it is not going to be a problem for us visually or auditorily, if that's a word, then by de facto, it would not be a problem for any of our neighbors either.
Thank you. Mr. Warner, there were a series of stipulations there. Can we just go over real quick what the stipulation was with Mr. Schley and the landscaping?
Well, the landscaping stipulation was that the landscaping would be as proposed by the applicant as set forth in the colored rendering of the exhibit A3? That's what, okay. Together with a willingness on the part of the applicant to supplement that landscape screening and buffering, subject to the review and approval of our planner, Mr. Schley. That's kind of where I understood it to be left off. The other conditions are all, all set forth in the reports of Mr. Schley. I could read them, but I'll save you the trouble, or save me the trouble, or all of us the trouble, the engineer and the environmental commission. In addition, we had that fact that the addition would be substantially similar in architectural style, color, and materials to the exterior, the balance of the dwelling. And I think that is it.
And so the landscaping stipulation, as I understand it, is what was presented on A3 this evening, plus what Mr. Schley or the Township Planning Office deems reasonable to supplement.
I understood the applicant to agree to supplement subject to the reasonable discretion of the planner, Mr. Schley, and/or the planning department. If that's, is that still the stipulation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
According, so based on what you guys feel is appropriate, the township and Mr. Schley, I guess we have.
It would be what was presented tonight on A3, and then you would be asked to supplement it to meet any deficiencies to reasonableness as determined by Mr. Schley and/or another official from the planning
And I
department.
think the primary focus, at least what I understood, would be to screen the view from the dwelling to the immediately to the adjacent north, the 164 lot 17.
There was discussion about a plan being prepared by a landscape architect. I don't know if that's included in the, or not specified, just.
Would you need well, I mean, we don't know what the board's gonna do, but from your perspective, David, what, would a landscape architect plan be necessary or beneficial, if not necessary?
Given the amount of space available, 80 feet, I mean, a lot of times you have issues with existing trees, and of course you want to preserve, especially the way they're described by Mr. Booth, and I've seen them too, they're mature trees that actually hinder the provision of planting new trees. You kind of get a catch-22. You don't want to disturb one, but where you have so much room, I mean, it doesn't sound like these trees are going to be needed to be pushed up against. They could be brought closer to the pool if necessary. So in that case, I think we're just talking about, choosing species that the deer aren't going to get to too badly and that are going to grow. And in other words, not going to be as important to have worry about shade tolerance and that kind of stuff that requires a little more of an expert.
So net.
Mrs. Malloy's comments about the underbrush being taken out by deer and it thinned out would also support that, what you just said.
Would net, would you need the landscape architect or not?
No.
That's what I thought
In
you were
my
going, but I
opinion.
just want to make it clear for everybody. Okay.
I was trying to explain it, but I guess.
No, it was a great explanation. I just wanted to make sure my conclusion was the correct one.
Yes, you got it.
And shared. Okay.
Mr. Warner, you also mentioned lighting, we mentioned
Oh, lighting, downward
no
lit,
spillage.
no light spillage, et cetera. Yes, I'm sorry. And what else, Mr. Tancred?
And the spillage of the light, as you
Oh,
said.
yeah, all the lighting conditions, which are typical, yeah, downward lit, no spillage.
Around the pool. And the pool discharge, is that covered under the
That's in this,
environmental?
oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, no, the Environmental Commission and Dave Schley both get that one every time.
Okay.
And and the copy is provided.
And decking to remain open, no tongue and groove decking,
Right, no additional impervious coverage, right. The impervious coverage, right.
with no
that's-
roof over the deck.
What's that?
No roofing over the deck too, that would,
Right, open. Our board's gotten so good, but I'm gonna have to hire everybody.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warner. Anyone want to start us off?
I'll just make a comment that initially, when I looked at it, and you look at the aerial, you say, yeah, well, it may make more sense to push the pool to the back, and they wouldn't need the variance. But I think I would prefer that our engineer has, a planner, excuse me, has control over the buffer. I think that's gonna be more beneficial to the neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Tancredi. Any other comments from the board?
Comment. I don't have any issue with the addition, as, there's no visual impact from the front, so there's no issue there. I do have issue with the pool location. I think we have a pool ordinance for a reason. It's supposed to be behind rear lines. I think there's a place for it, even though it's not exactly where the applicants would like to have it done. But I do think we have a pool ordinance for a reason, and I would be in favor of a different location.
So you're, just to be clear, you're in favor of the addition, and you're not in favor of the pool location?
Yep.
And if I can dig down a bit deeper, if you'll let me, the addition, would that be a C1 because any addition would be violative of the front yard
Yeah, it would be
setback?
C1 hardship, bulk variance. I don't see any detriment to the neighborhood. I think it's an improvement to the neighborhood. I am in favor of, improving houses, improving the value of the houses. I'm appreciative of all the neighbors who have come in both support and against the application tonight, and I see everybody trying to work together. So I'd be in favor of a C1 variance for the addition. Just personally, I would be against the pool.
And if I understood Mr. Tancredi's comments, he's in favor of both the addition and the pool location?
Yes, and safety reasons of the pool, and I would prefer having control of the buffer. If the pool goes in back, we have no control of the buffer, possibly. And I think the neighbors would see it, and I think the planner should have some say in it.
Thank you, Mr. Tank. Thank you, Mr. Cheniers. Any other comments? From the board?
I think, on the addition, I'm in favor of it for sure, under C1 hardship. For the pool, I kind of go both ways. I hate to say it, it's hard to determine. Once seeing the picture from the neighbor, you can see that it's right there. These lots are very big lots. I mean, I live on a small lot, and it would be really close to my house if someone did something like that, and it was very noticeable. If they did come in with landscaping, like other previous applicants had, and showed us a little more visually, the size of the trees and the age and how long it takes, I think that would have helped everyone get a little more confident on, and the neighbors confident on what would happen. We're not leaving it to chance, because we have professionals in the room that will make sure that what we say happens. So hopefully the neighbors can understand that will happen. I don't know if I can say right now if I'm in favor or not of each one. I think there's two options here, and I think both would work for the homeowner either way, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Mr. Krause. Any other board members want to weigh in? Certainly don't have to, but you're welcome to.
Yeah, no, I think I'm in favor of both. When I look at the picture, Exhibit E, and I look at that picture and I see now the view is of the children's playground or something out there, a slide or something. So you look out there now and you see the kids playing on the playground now without anything, buffering. And I understand there's a difference between a pool and a playground and all that goes on with it. And I understand that this neighborhood seems to be a little unorthodox as well. But I also keep in mind the slope that's behind and what everyone's gonna have to deal with to push that out further, and just what they'll have to deal with, carrying the towels and all that stuff, that extra feet. It just seems like a lot, to be honest. When the pool could go there, where the playground is, and we've all sat here tonight and understand the concerns that the neighbors have raised, but we also have looked for a way to address those concerns in terms of the barrier or the foliage or the shrubbery that could be placed there. And we've all share that concern. The applicants share that concern, the neighbors share that concern, and the town shares that concern. And with that shared concern, I'm pretty confident that can be addressed, that there will be sufficient blockage, I'm losing the word, but sufficient privacy that could be accomplished there. So for those reasons, I'm leaning towards in favor of both.
Thank you, Mr. Cambria. Any comments? No?
I would just say that as the proposal as it stands, with the stipulation of not just the proposed landscape, but also the town also taking part in ensuring that there is additional buffer based off of the pool's proposal, I think this makes the most sense. I think if in the event that the pool would be pushed back, I think there would be an expectation for additional coverage, and I'm not too sure why that was not discussed tonight, because I think that there would be that additional expectation on the neighbors, and so with that, I think the proposal as it stands makes the most sense.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Just so I'm clear, you're in favor of the addition and you're in favor of the pool location as proposed with the landscape and other conditions stipulated to?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No comment?
We've heard from everybody but you, Mr. Chairman.
To me, the addition really squarely fits in a C1 and a C2, and I would approve it. You can't see it. We've been here before with this property and its location and how close it is to the front yard setback. The pool is a little different in my view. I do think a lot of these situations, and I say this a lot, I find when we have circumstances with objectors, I feel like a lot of these situations can sometimes be avoided through communication with your neighbors and proper planning. I don't think that my preference is the pool location where it's proposed right now. But I do have sympathy for the neighbors with the photographs. But I would suggest that can be properly screened with appropriate landscaping. And I would have wished that the time and attention to a proper landscaping plan was presented before this board. With that said, I have worked with Mr. Schley now for several years, and I have the utmost confidence in his ability to ensure that the landscape plan presented tonight the objectives are met, and that the pool is properly screened from the neighbors, so I'd be inclined to support the application as it was presented tonight.
Based on deliberations, it appears as if there's a clear majority, if not unanimity, with respect to the addition. And there's certainly not unanimity with respect to the pool location, but there may well be a majority. But that says someone has to make a motion, and they got to tell us what it is, and then we got to vote. And I kept saying we, but I don't get the privilege of voting or the burden.
Mr. Warner, is there any utility in splitting the motion between the two of them?
Well, I mean, you can.
To have.
It's one, is the applicant going, well, I don't know if it's necessary, given that there appears to be a majority as to both, but it can be done. It's the discretion of the board. Or whoever makes the motion.
Yeah, I guess that's
Mr.
right.
Chairman, I'm going to make the motion.
Thank you.
We'll do it as one motion. I move to deem the application complete and direct our board attorney to draft a resolution memorializing our decision to grant the sought relief, subject to the stipulation, conditions stipulated to by the applicants. And it would be under C1 and C2
For both variances.
for both.
Thank you, Mr. Tancredi. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Roll call, please, Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Cambria,
Yes.
Ms. Janiers,
No.
Mr. Kraus.
Yes.
Let's see here. Mr. Tancredi,
Yes.
Mr. Seville,
Yes.
Mr. Juwana,
Yes.
Chairman Breslin.
Yes.
Thank you.
The 6-1 passes.
Good luck. The next item on the agenda is number 9, comments from members. Only comment that I think we have is the special meeting in December, next Thursday, is canceled.
There is actually no meeting scheduled for next Thursday.
There is no, I did not read my note here. There is, let me revise that. There is no second meeting scheduled in December.
In defense of the chairman, we're going to cancel the meeting that was never scheduled.
I like that we're ahead of the game.
Comments from staff?
I'm anything but professional.
No?
I'd like to say thank you for the party.
Yes, thank you.
It was my pleasure.
Food was
Everybody have a
great.
wonderful holiday season.
Thank you. You too, Ms. Kiefer. If nothing further, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Mr. Kraus, second?
Second.
I don't know.
Happy holidays and a happy and healthy new year to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.